Next, unfortunately, we had a young lady who decided to return from lunch and get horizontal to resume class. And she promptly passed clean out. We couldn't wake her for a solid 8 uninterrupted minutes. And people began to pull out cameras, and I couldn't do anything about it. But this girl is on film. Look at Taryn's face. And so again, just be aware of your actions because this is being recorded at this point, not just for posterity's sake, but because people may need to do a makeup after an emergency. So we do keep this, that's all. Just wanted to share that with you, but good morning to everyone. Allow me to share my screen so you all can kind of see what we're getting into today. Is anyone missing their books? Did everyone get their books? They should have gotten them digitally, I believe. Does anyone miss? Oh, did you print that, Benjamin? Good. Okay. Well, it's a wonderful resource for anybody who has not bothered to actually read it and go through it. I will tell you this. People who took section 1 that went back and referenced the book, love the book. It really is written very, very well. So let me get you through the morning things that we have to go through. Welcome back for those of you who took section 1. I promise you the rest of the ride won't be nearly as bumpy. So for those of you who are scared to death, who are already worried, I can see your faces now. Gwendolyn has that smile. This is not going to be that ride, guys. This is going to be a much, much nicer next 8 days. So our guidelines for attending the classes today, these are serious for me. Logging in a little early so that we can check you in, that's key. So thank you for those of you who are on time, if not early today. If your technology fails, you just pop back into the room. We'll be here. It happens, and it might even happen to me. So if I pop out, give me a moment. I can actually see on an outside tablet whether or not I freeze. So if it happens, give me a moment. I'll be right back. You must be visible on camera at all times. Now, I grow tired of asking people to put their full faces on the camera. So from now on, if I don't see you, I'm just going to quietly dismiss you. If you don't want to be here, then you don't have to be. But for everyone who is sacrificing a very good Monday, you all need to be visible on camera from the top of your head to the bottom of your face all day. Period. And again, I'm not asking people to return to the camera multiple times. I grow very tired of that. I need to see the full face. This right here usually means someone's on the phone or holding a meeting. We've had it happen. I'll just open the mic. We'll listen to your meeting until you figure out we're listening to you, not to me. So again, everyone had to sacrifice something to be here, and we don't play with that. It's important that we're all here. I will tell you this, if you can resist the temptation to take a phone call or hold aside conversations, I'm real generous with a break. If you've never taken a class with me, I am, and you can see some of the head nods coming through, I am very generous with a break. I hold no one's hiney hostage. You will be getting up and down regularly. But don't forget, when you're in the room, we can see you having conversations with other folks, and people forget. Try to resist the urge to do some computer-based work, but listen, I am forgiving of the occasional text message as long as it's not abused. Also, please try not to pull a Peluso in class. Like I said, I had my first one and this lady was gone. I cannot control what a room full of people do. And yes, they took her picture. Screenshots all over the universe now, or the cyberverse, or whatever you call that thing. So this is Mr. Mateo Peluso. I think he's in Colombia. He really did fall asleep during his college course. And they screenshotted him and sent it out there. If you can, let your monitor or proctor know if you need to step away for something important. But trust me, we're taking breaks. If your technology is not working, unfortunately, that's something I can't help you with because I'm not there with you. So do your best to see if you can get your issues resolved. If you have a bad connection, go ahead, disconnect, come right on back in here. We're not going anywhere. Now, for those of you who want to walk up and down the halls in your home, I appreciate your home. But for the next few hours, you're in class. So find a comfortable spot, get stable and unmoved during class. We get real dizzy watching you go up and down your hallways. Don't forget to fill out your evals at the end of class. We read them all, and I want to thank you all for the first class that gave back such wonderful feedback. Don't forget, guys, you're in your real life classroom, and it is Texas law, not Trek rules, not Texas Realtor rules, state law. No zooming and driving. That's it. If we catch you driving and zooming, we're not going to say a word to you. Just very quietly, we're going to dismiss you so as not to disturb you while on the road. It's too risky and it is against the law. There will be no refunds. You need to land that vehicle, get somewhere stable and get back in this classroom, but we can't let you break the law. With that said, y'all know this, if you know me, everybody's right here. Look at Steven Nieves' face. He's all happy. Steven's in a great mood. Look at Steve smiling. Lucy Cadenas is happy. So this is where we are. We're having a great day, right? And then we have a little lunch and we end up looking like that. I'm telling you, it happened. And so some of us, in an effort to stay awake, are going to start contributing a lot, which means you have something to say every time we flip to a new PowerPoint slide. And when you do that, you make the rest of us want to do this. Please be cautious of over contributions during class. We want to hear all your stories. And if you know, Benjamin's already nodding like, please don't be that one. Because when you turn into that one, this is the rest of us off camera. You don't know we're doing this, but this is what we're doing, okay? So again, when people can't wait for you to stop talking, it's kind of a clue they already stopped listening. But I love to open the mic and I love to get feedback. We got some natural teachers in the room. We got Matthew Tan, we've got Taryn Rourke. We got some people who've really kind of been in this business for a while that have great contributions, and so we want to hear it. For the rest of you who don't know me, this is me. I'm finally going to tell you my name. It's Mish. That's the short version of Mishika Guillory. And it's in there somewhere, I think. I don't know. But I go by Mish. It's just easier that way. I've been in real estate for about 20 years now. I'll be 21 next year. Licensed since '06. I'm a broker now. I own a real estate school. Been involved at the local level for the Houston Association of Realtors with my buddy Sharon up there. Texas Association. I've been very busy with them, and I'm so happy because I got put on the board of directors this year for Texas Realtors. So I had not made any announcements about it, but yay me, that happened in the middle of doing all this work. So there you go. And then the National Association of Realtors. Every now and then I write for Commercial Connections magazine. For those of you who feel like this is way too much information, somebody please back up the train. Can I get one step down? There are other classes you can take. One of them is the boot camp series that I teach also through Texas Realtors. And every now and then I end up on television. Somebody thinks I have something valid to say. So there you go there. And then there's my little list of designations, but nobody seems to care about those but me. Is anyone in the room a graduate of the Texas Realtors Leadership Program? Any grads in the room? Looking around, not one. Wait, I'm looking. Let me skip to page 2. Who else is the graduate? There it is.
Ronnie.
Ronnie, it's just me and you?
I guess so.
What class did you graduate?
Teacher, 216.
Oh man, I was supposed to be a part of that class, but I got flooded out. So I'll just say this, 2017 is still the best. What? I'm teasing, but it's our job to kind of promote that program. So Ronnie, let me just ask you this since you took the class. And hey, Sandy Collier down there. I want to ask you, is your career changed because you went into that program?
Not just my career, but I actually feel like it has helped my personal life too. It's amazing how much they cram into that. Of course, back I think probably when you still took it, it took us about 9 or 10 months to complete it, but it was worth every minute of it.
It absolutely is. For those of you who are looking to step up your careers or next level your game, Texas Realtors Leadership Program, TRLP, is probably your next best investment. And I don't know what it costs in your market, Ronnie, but it costs us about $560, $580 in Houston. But they let us pay in increments because, like Ronnie said, it's about an 8-9 month commitment. We met about once a month, but it does everything to get you to top producer level. So if you hadn't ever seen it before, go look for Texas Realtors Leadership Program and get ready to apply. I think they're going to start opening the program back up in 2021. So with all that said, a few more things to share with you so we can get on with our day. Now this stuff, I'm going to just zoom past it. That's me. At the bottom of the page, because it's slightly relevant today, take a look at some of the companies that you're seeing at the bottom of it. Some of them are familiar to you. Shipley's, Chick-fil-A, GSA. Remember GSA, that one's going to come up in this section. She's Happy Hair, for those of you here in Houston. Subway, Vicky's Secret, Mathnasium, Palais Royal, Gringos, Baker Hughes. The other two were very localized, but I've had a wonderful tenant list and client list over my career, and all of this is going to come into play during section 2 of the class. So the good news is I specialize in leasing, and that's what we're covering. For those of you who really care, because this is so not relevant right now, this usually matters in Houston, but some people say I've seen you somewhere, and that might be where you've seen me. So let me just skip past this. And I think that's the last one. All right. So everyone, you're almost there. I swear to goodness, this is going to go by quickly. Friday, we take an exam. If you have never taken a class with me, and I'm opening up the mic to anybody who would like to say something, do I or do I not get you ready for an exam up in here? You see those head nods, y'all? If you've never taken a class with me and you are flipped out on the inside, having that test anxiety that most people have, I see men's thumbs up. I will get you ready for your exam. I won't leave you hanging. Exam anxiety is real, including for me. I got you. So don't worry about it. Today, we'll do a review at the end of the day. And then every other day from now on, we'll start with a review and end with one, including one just before the test. So I got you. Anybody flipping out, don't flip out. I have you under control here. We won't let you not pass. For those of you who, you all should have already taken section 1. If you did not get your certificate in your email, please go look at your Texas Realtors account online. If you pass the exam for the first section, then the certificate is already loaded to your account. You need to turn that in to Trek to get your credits. We won't report them automatically. If you need your credits so that you guys can, renew your licenses, get her done. Last note, anybody trying to renew before the end of November, is everyone aware that the website shuts down? Trek shuts down the website. I want to say last week of the month for maintenance. Is anybody else aware of this? The website, they've already sent out emails saying that the website's going down. So if you need to renew, they've warned us, turn your stuff in now. So I had to turn my stuff in a little early just to make sure that I didn't lose credits. All right, here we go. Almost done with all the morning stuff. Here's what we're doing. We're looking at leasing, primarily viewed from the investor side. There might, maybe, to my buddy Niquay, 1, maybe 2 formulas. Sharon, I promise you that's it. We're not beating anybody over the head with formulas today. Also, this is your day. I need all of my buddies who have ever leased up space, been tenants in spaces. You guys get to share what you have been through. And there's lots of group activities and conversation today. So just know this, I don't like rabbit holes. We start talking about who's having what for lunch, I'm putting everybody on mute at the same time. Other than that, this is your day. So when you see that little teeny tiny camera pop up on top of a page, that's your little heads up that whatever you're looking at is not in the book. So when you see it, get your cameras out and take a picture of it. Questions. I have questions for you. Who felt like you were very well prepared for your last exam? I need to hear that feedback. Seriously. Cameras open, mics open. You guys feel like you were well prepared?
I would say so, yeah. I think you walked
Amazing.
everybody through really well.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Even with the math, in this exam that we have coming up, not very math heavy at all. It's very concept heavy. For those of you who are new to my classroom, couple little secrets. Who remembers what the turquoise was for? Does anybody remember the turquoise highlighting? Oh, I see Chris Parker going. What was the turquoise for? Let our new friends know.
Test questions.
Test questions and or answers. So if you see turquoise highlight, never mind the color of ink because I tend to be very colorful in my slides. You see turquoise highlight, grab it, screenshot it. That's my way of saying this material is going to be on your exam. So make sure that you have it. Class is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So if you have your class scheduled for Monday through Thursday, I think you might have missed a date. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Just FYI, there is a skip in there on Thursday so you all can handle some business. Friday is a rough day to be handling some business since you're in here with me every day. So Monday through Wednesday, skipping Thursday, finishing on Friday. Just to let you know, I'm glad someone mentioned that. Last but not least, what else do we need to cover in here? A couple of other things. Now, this is something Santosh and Raymond and a few other folks, Amy Weathered. Hi, Amy, hadn't seen you in a minute. Hi. Wanted to let everyone know, Sharon already heard me say this. You all put some wonderful, and I mean fabulous feedback on the the instructor and course evaluation forms. We got to read all of it. It all made its way completely up the ladder. It went to a wonderful woman named Deb Hernandez. She was education for Texas Realtors. She was so impressed with the report that went all the way up to Travis. He's just over Texas Realtors. So the report was not full of everything that was wonderful. Oh, no. This report was full of everything we need to fix. So for those of you, and I don't know which one of you said it, but it was one of the best summations we saw. Someone said, I felt like I was a white belt in a room full of black belts. That meant something. And it was a great comment. And so that kind of stuff we all took into account, that we need to pull this down and find middle ground for everyone. So again, the good I'm telling y'all, the feedback, regardless. Someone else said that they needed 6 days instead of 4, which blew my mind. I'm like, wow, would you really sit with me that long? But someone wanted more time, more formulas, more math. If we do that, got to spread it out. Day 2, too much on one day. So again, we're reading all of it, and we're not just reporting the good glowing stuff. It was all of your feedback. So again, thank y'all. If you think we don't need to know it, we do. Just keep it coming. And then the last things that you need to see before we kind of get rip roaring in our day is this. Let me show you where we're at. So today we're looking at leasing, a little property management, operations management, a few key lease provisions, but I want some of you who also do leases, if you feel like there's a key provision we don't discuss, but you really want to share it, please do. A little bit about CAM. I wish we covered more of it. Market rents and some real estate development. And so we're definitely going to be talking about leasing today. So let's go ahead and hit it. Let's get off math and let's just go have some fun. So instead of talking about, and we're on page 7, always at the top of your slide, just so you can see it. We're going to come off of foundational understandings and formulas and, looking for the property. We're here now. We have the property. This is our focus for the day. We got the property. So now that we've invested in something, we need to manage that something. And that's something, it's all about the cash flow. Bottom line, let me just tell you something. When you're the tenant, it means something else to you. When you're the owner, it's that rent. It's the money coming in. I need this thing to earn me income, right, Katan? If it doesn't, it was a massive waste of my money and my time. So We all know how the cash flow is generated, and that's leasing activity. I got a couple of clients I would like to throw at somebody because they are driving me bananas. I will share commission for people who drive me nuts, but we do need this leasing activity. It's how we make our income. Without these tenants and all the headaches they might bring us, we wouldn't make our money. So with all that said, our key players are now a group of people who are the leasing agents and the property managers. And for about 15 to 18 years, that was me. I was the PM, the property manager. So these are the folks we focus on today. And for the next maybe three days, I think we're going to focus on them. And then the last thing you need to know is this. It's really key. You cannot do any of this stuff without your license. You used to be able to do these things without your license. Now, here's the caveat. If you are hired directly by a CB Richard Ellis, Sharon, Gail, I apologize. You want me to put that back up for you? I'll put it back up for you, Gail. I just realized you were capturing that. Here you go. For those of you who have seen property management firms, CB Richard Ellis, Simon Properties, Jones Lang LaSalle, whatever, those companies are hired by the property owners to perform certain tasks. So you may not need a license to necessarily manage property, but you will need it if you're going to collect rent. And that doesn't matter if you were directly hired by the owner or if you're hired through a third-party company. If the money will be trickling past your fingers, you need the license. That used to not always be the rule. It is now the rule. So please be sure if you have anything to do with money collection, you've got a license. Also be aware, because the book doesn't go into heavy detail about it, your broker needs to know that you're doing any kind of property management. Even if it's your property management company, the broker that you work with is still responsible for your company's actions. That means your broker needs to get errors and omissions insurance and have a rider attached to the policy to cover property management activities. You'll find that typical E&O does not cover property management. So for those of you who say, I got a business on the side, that's fine, but your broker is still responsible for what you do and don't do. So you can't say, I'm absolving this person of this. No, you're not. They're still involved. And again, be careful, because the trust accounts, the money that you may be accepting for your client for rent, has to go through your broker's trust account, not yours. Broker's account. Small nuances, but a world of trouble. Has anybody seen, and this is going to be the last thing I say, but has anybody seen the disciplinary actions page of the Texas Real Estate Commission website? And Sharon, did you see that the one that's the very first one in line is a property management infraction? And the fine on that sucker, I'm gonna put it in the chat because I want to see everybody's face. I'm not even gonna tell it out loud. Y'all look at this number I'm slapping up in the chat. This is how much the fine was for. Ready? There it goes. I just want to see y'all's faces. Is that not $72,000? That's how much of a mess this, I didn't put it into everybody. My bad, I sent it to one person. Here it is, y'all, $72,000. One person fined that much money. Look at that, that is sick. Oh, I know Lucy said, oh, I'm out. I am so not participating in this industry. So they do not play when it comes to property management and taking money. This person was collecting rent and not depositing it properly. They were not turning the money into the owner properly. Yeah, is that walking around money, Grant? Grant, where's Grant? Grant, we all need to be walking around with you, my friend, if that's walking around money. But with all that said, we really do get smacked, and I mean particularly hard when we do property management incorrectly. And the highest number of infractions cited in the disciplinary actions record is for property management. So Ben, be careful if you're going to get into this business. Now, with all that said, just because Taryn made that wonderful gesture, it's a perfect segue into this. Let me just show y'all where we're at. We're right there. It's break time. Yes, it's time for a break. Believe it or not, you can get up. See you back here in about 10, 13 minutes or so. If anybody finds that donut, holler. Taryn, you know I love you, my friend.
Love you too.
See y'all. All right, if everybody can kind of make their way back to the cameras, make your way back, wrap up your phone calls. Make your way back.
I did not take the course section 1. Is that going to be a problem with doing this class?
It's not going to be a problem. However, and this is something Texas Realtors is going to have to work out. They wanted people to take it in order, but how do you administer that rule? You know, so you'll still need to take all 3 sections. Eventually, take one in January.
Okay.
Awesome. But no, today's curriculum, today through Friday is what you'll be tested on. I don't believe any of the exam questions revert back to the first section.
And I didn't get a textbook, so how do I go about doing that?
I don't know who you registered through.
It's a Metro Text.
Should be in your email that you received from Metro Text, Greg.
Okay, I will go back and double check that and see if I can find it.
Awesome. And if you don't, maybe around lunchtime, we can all get together and find that for you.
Greg,
Okay.
I will resend it to you, but it was in the email that you received the Zoom link with. But I'll go ahead and resend it to you so that way you can it's easier for you to find.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Well, that was considerate. Wonderful. And guys, I have sent out my email to the powers that be at Texas Realtors about our December dates, just to make sure we get them straight. Because I've been contracted to work in Corpus Christi for about 6-8 months now. So those dates are just kind of, I don't know, it could have been an accident, but we'll get there. We'll figure out what happened and get her done. There are 3 total sections. It's kind of like the GRI. There are 3 sections with 4 classes per section. That's a little lipstick there. 4 classes per section that you have to complete. So 12 classes total. Let's see, anything else am I missing in there? Looks like we got it all down. Awesome. So let's kind of get back to where we left off. I'm curious though, before we go putting up more images of donuts and coffee and things on the screen, has anyone ever participated in property management before? Has anyone ever done it? Any property managers or leasing agents? I got Benjamin. Benjamin, what was your responsibility? What was the depth and breadth of your job?
Wow, it was like 15 years ago at this point, but it was apartment leasing for apartments. Yeah, in college. That was actually my first experience with real estate. So.
Okay, all right. That was, and then what did you do? Were you a leasing agent? Were you running the property? What were you doing?
Technically, I was a head leasing agent, but I was basically running the property.
Okay, so that
My
goes.
property management person basically never showed up, never did anything. I handled maintenance. I scheduled maintenance. I did it all. So yeah.
Okay, and how did you feel about the experience altogether? Because my personal feeling is this: by doing what you did for a living, even today in your residential practice, does it not help you to see a building differently?
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something about managing property that lets you see even houses differently if you're on that side of the world. Anybody else do property management besides Benjamin? Just looking around the room. Let's see, that is Miguel. Miguel, what did you do?
I started as assistant general manager for a mall for CBO properties.
Mm-hmm.
And after 5 years, my title changed to specialty leasing manager. So I was leasing pretty much what I was doing, leasing the mall for about 11 years.
Wonderful. And what was the name of the company again?
BBL and Associates.
Gotcha. And was that anything that was in Texas, or was it out of state, or where was the mall?
It was in Texas, in my hometown. It's in Texas. I say we, I'm no longer with them, but we had about over 150 malls around the country. Then since last year, we were like maybe 90 or 85.
And so your primary position was to lease. Did you do any property management in addition?
I did. I assist a lot the manager in the mall. So I did quite a few of. I learned a lot about the property. So like you said, every time I go to the mall, my wife wants to go to the mall. It's like I just look at the mall not as a mall, but as a property that oh man, they're missing here. How this is not wrong. This is wrong. This is not good.
Right. You can't help it anymore. There's something about it, Ruth and Sandy and, Chandra, there's just something about being in a building. Once you've managed it, you'll never look at buildings the same again. Raquel, Twani, Amy, I don't even go to restaurants anymore without sitting down and spotting every exit to get out. First and foremost, it's just a habit of mine. Where are they? Are they clear? Because if it's going down and it's between me and Miguel, I bet you I beat you to the door, honey. I'm out. I need to know, is what's going on in this building. But I really do have a tendency to look at a building before I actually get comfortable in the building. It's just a habit. So with property management, you want to get really good at what you do. Take what you learn in the next 4 days and then start walking around buildings and look at them differently. For those of you in Houston, I'll even give you a slight homework assignment you can do anytime you feel like it. Go to the Galleria area and you're going to the Whole Foods grocery store. What's the intersection? Is it Post Oak and San Felipe? Is that where the new Whole Foods is? Go down into the garage underground and walk around in the garage and take a look around. It's one of the most high-tech garages I've seen in a while. And you can also see a lot of the building systems exposed in the garage in the plenum area. You can see all of the air conditioning water systems. And yes, there's water in the air conditioning system. There's a lot of stuff, even with the parking technology. If you've been in there, you've seen the red and green dots that indicate when a space is empty and when one is full. And the technology for how these buildings are run, somebody's got to manage that now. And so never mind what's going on in the Whole Foods upstairs. Then if you've been, who's been in this particular Whole Foods? Anybody been in there before? So Veronica, you've seen that massive people mover, the moving sidewalk that'll get your carts and whatnot. I shouldn't indicate up, it's more down, but these massive people movers so that you can put your grocery cart on it and get from the underground parking garage up into the store and vice versa. Someone's got to run all of that. And then people like Benjamin and even my buddy Miguel understand there's a problem with that. It's outside. It's exposed to too much moisture and outside elements. That's a nightmare for escalator and elevator management. These are teeny tiny things that are going to have to start popping up on your radar when you're looking at investments for people. It's not just, oh, this full, I got tenants and we got rent. No, we got problems with certain pieces of equipment in a property. So with all that said, let's hit it, y'all. Let me share my screen, see if my mouse will cooperate. And if it doesn't, please chalk it up to the mouse and not me. Here we go. So leasing agents, you got a few functions, guys. Leasing agents can be salaried folk of the building owner. You could be a real estate brokerage of your own. You might be a property management firm. And all these names down here are some of the more popular ones in Texas. Doesn't mean they're the only ones, but they tend to be some of the more popular ones here in our area. But don't forget, you got to be salaried if you're not going to be licensed. You have to be salaried directly by the building owner. The only time that you really have to have a license, even if you're salaried, is if you're going to be collecting money. And if you're a leasing agent, these are some of the things you might do. You might negotiate the leases. You might collect the rent. You might do tenant relations, and you might have to do some record keeping. So in the chat, do me a favor. Punch in the numbers of some of these things that you think leasing agents might not necessarily need to do. Which things you think can come off the list, y'all? A couple of things can actually come off the list. What do you think they are? Looking in the chat. No, you got to do the record keeping. If you're going to do leases, record keeping for sure. You still got to do it. Something else, there's a couple of things on there that can come off the list for sure. Well, if you're the leasing agent, no, you got to do, there you go. Tenant relations and rent collection. Those two things might get slipped over to a property manager. So those are not necessarily always things that you're going to do. You guys are collecting, bringing in the new tenants. You're bringing them in, and then the property managers are picking them up. So you may never deal with them after you put them in the spaces. So here we go. Individuals that do engage in property leasing activities or accept those rents are still required to have that license. I'm sorry, we have to say this about 15 times because people still try it. If the leasing agent is a salaried employee and is exclusively engaged in leasing activities exclusively in leasing, no license required. But if money comes up, get your license in place. Who knows what the statute of fraud says? I'm just curious. Just, put a hand in the air, Stephen, Gwendolyn, Chris, if you know, what does that thing say? Anybody know what the statute of frauds? This is early real estate career stuff. Way back, must be in writing. Thank you, Sandy Collier. And thank you, Sharon, because they do change these books on me and I will have no idea. Can you actually keep that written somewhere else, Sharon, for me? Page 11, because the books get changed and I don't always get notified. So if you can keep tabs on it, I'd happily change those numbers on the slides. Thank you.
Yes.
Please make note of our turquoise and get to scribbling. Here we go. What does the statute says? It says in order for a lease to be enforceable, it's got to be a few things. For a term greater than 1 year. It's got to be in writing. That's the biggest one. And I see Candace Spurlock got that 1 year thing as well. It needs to be signed and it needs to contain a legal description for the property that's being leased. So we need to know exactly where we're going and list all of the terms material to both parties. That's what the statute says. For the purposes of your quiz though, you definitely need to know numbers 1 and 2. Feel free to take a screenshot if you'd like to. It's totally up to y'all. Let me move this out of the way because I can't see Justin's name. Hey, Justin, what's up? Hey. All right, and then Sharon, thank you for being a partner here on those page numbers for me. You never know what's right and wrong here. All right, so broker commissions. I just want to see, by show of hands in the room, who wants to have a real talk about the money? I saw 2 hands go up. We're going to skip all this all together. Let's just kill the commission conversation. I don't see energy. This is your money. One more time, hands in the air if you want. Hello, thank you. This is the money, y'all. Here's what we have to say about broker commissions. First of all, for those of you who are about to fix your lips to ask me what's standard, please remove the word standard from your vocabulary. That's illegal in Texas. We don't do standard anything on commissions. That's first and foremost. But in general, we can expect to be paid a commission based on a percentage of the gross base rents. Now, I already know Matthew and Taryn have some substantial things to add to this conversation, and I can't wait. Commissions might be paid all at once. They might be paid incrementally, but we're going to need to dig deeper in just a moment. We're going to go through the actual commission contract after we have a conversation with Taryn and Matthew. Where are my buddies at? Because let me just tell you now, it is your job to fight for your money. Gentlemen, am I speaking the right language here?
Yes, you are.
You get
All
it?
negotiable.
It's all negotiable. And let me just warn all of you coming from the residential side of the pond, please don't start with, what's the number, Taryn and Matthew? What's the number they love?
1 month of 1 year.
Yeah, or that 3.
Yeah.
You got to kill the 3. Death to the 3. Now, please don't come in with the 3 on leases. Here are some generalizations about what you can expect to get paid. If you guys are working your typical office or retail lease, you might expect to get paid 5, maybe 4%. of all of the base rents, if you were to add them up for the whole term of the lease, you got a 5-year lease and they're paying 60 months of rent, no free rent or anything, just 60 months of rent. You'd add up all those months and maybe you'll get 5% of that, maybe 4% of that. The reason I mentioned the 3 is because many of you from residential come in and you're familiar with the 3. And so you'll say, I'll take 3% of that. And the landlord goes, okay. Look at Taryn's face. He's like, no, cut that out. And what has happened, and where's Matthew? I'm looking for my buddy as well. Where's Matthew's face? Because what I've seen happen is many, many landlords are now starting at 3% and dropping you guys down to 2.5%, when we used to start at a little bit higher number. So while everyone's accustomed to working with the 3 in residential, I'd recommend you start a little higher and then, like Taryn says, negotiate. So now who did I leave behind on this one? Because we got more to talk about when it comes to numbers. That's just leasing. And that's a short-term lease, maybe 2, 3, 5 years. What if you get a 10-year contract? You ever had one of those, Taryn? Yeah, see, every now and then you get a nice, big, juicy one. Let me ask everybody in the chat, what do you think happens the longer the lease term is? What do you think your commission does? You think it goes up? You think it goes down in terms of the percentage? Yeah, there's a tendency for that sucker to go down, and there is. It doesn't mean it has to, but it is quite normal for us to see a sliding scale of commissions. Where did Matthew go? I'm looking for my other buddy here. Well, Taryn, it's me and you for a moment. Let me ask you this, Taryn. Where does one in our business go to find proof of a commission rate? The trick question. You can't.
Can't.
Yeah, that's I saw those lips. He said you can't. We're gonna get renewals in a minute, Miss Carolyn. Excellent question. Guys, there may not be any commission written down or stated somewhere for you to see. And understand that that's quite normal. This is not an MLS situation. If you're looking for your commission to be written somewhere so you have proof of what it was, what do you need to do? And I recommend this to everybody. When someone verbally tells you, hey, by the way, during a property tour, they may say this, by the way, commission is 4% of all base rents. And you say, okay, great. Because in Raquel Berger, see, where I'm going is you got caught in a conversation. You're on a property tour. So they've told you. And somewhere in your mind, you get comfortable with someone told me, but that's still not in writing. To Raquel's point, you will go back in an email the next day and say, hey, thank you so much for that property tour. Got a lot of clients on the table right now, and I know you told me how much commission was. Got to admit, I clean forgot what you said. How much is it? And have them reply to you in writing so that you have something. If you don't, and everybody eyeball Taryn's face, commissions move. They're slippery. They change mid-game and you can't do anything about it. I feel Taryn has something to share.
Get it in writing. You got to get it in writing.
You don't understand. It's a moving thing. It is a fluid thing, and it is fluid as long as it is not in writing. One of my agents, never seen anything like it. Taryn, have you ever seen one of these? My agent, before the property tour, would send over a commission agreement first and then do the property tour. You believe it? I know, right? I was very impressed with him. But what it was, look, I need to know now what this is worth. If it doesn't happen, the commission agreement is worth nothing. It's only good if there's an executed lease. So he'd secure the money before they even hit the road. Never seen anybody that bold in my life. But you come up missing a $30,000 check and you might find your boldness too. That's what happened with him. So just want you to know. So let's take a look at this contract, guys, because things aren't what they seem in commercial, not like they are for residential. It's not so cut and dry. This is your actual contract I'm about to put up on the screen for you. Let me see if I can Oops, I'm rolling the wrong way. There you go. You may have to lean in to see this. This will come up later, I think in section 3, but I'm taking the time to give it to you now. You need to know this now because some of you will be doing your leases so that you can finish this certification. Take a look at what this is. This is Form 2102. And I want you to know that if you're working for the landlord, you're going to be the principal broker here. You're A1. If you're working for the tenant, then you're the cooperating broker. And that's going to be that block highlighted in purple for you, the big block. Both of those sections, A1 and A2, are identical. Question is just, who do you rep, the landlord or the tenant? So when you look at this, I'm asking you all to look at it closely. Which option is most likely to be selected by a landlord? 2A, 2B, or 2C? The answer is actually on the screen. One of those is more likely to be selected by a landlord. Does anybody have any theories about which one a landlord would prefer? And take a moment to read it. Anybody? I see an A in there. Okay. Anybody else want to venture a different guess? Take a look here. 2A says something very, very interesting. I'm going to see if I can highlight it for you. 2A says that you're going to get paid a certain percentage, hopefully for maybe 5%, for all the base monthly rents that are going to be paid out for the whole term of the lease. But it says something that's a little concerning if I'm the landlord. It says, and there's more I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you the same percentage of the expense reimbursements. And the odds are, no, I'm not. As the landlord, that's not my first choice to give you that money. And I'll explain this in a minute. So with that said, now take a look at option B. You know, the only difference between option A and option B are this section right here where it says payable as follows. Take a look. There's nothing written down on option B for where it says payable as follows. You can put in there when you'd like to get paid. 100% upon execution, 50% upon execution, 50% upon commencement, or whatever. 50% after a certificate of occupancy has been received, whatever. But then there's option C, and this is the one I would argue a landlord would choose first. Again, the reason is because A and B both say, I'm giving you not only some of the base rents, but I'm giving you some of these triple nets. No, I'm not. Now, has anyone been in the business long enough to understand why I'm not giving you a piece of the triple nets? Let me just ask the question. Does anybody know why I won't do this? And do I need to roll this thing all the way back to what the heck the triple nets are? If you need that, you can let me know privately in the chat. I'll say something. Okay, looking in the chat. Let me give you a quick lesson, a very simplified commercial leasing 101 lesson for those of you who don't get it. 2 pools of money. When you are the tenant, there are these 2 pools of money you're involved with when it comes to a landlord. And those 2 pools are the base rent. That's the money that the landlord considers their income pool. That's base rent. It could be $1 a square foot. The second pool of money when it comes to a tenant and a landlord is the second pool, and I usually have a diagram where these 2 pools of money sit in these corners of the screen. Second pool of money is going to be expenses associated with running the property. I mean, after all, the landlord is the one mowing the lawn. The landlord is the one fixing the roof. The landlord is the one paying the taxes, putting light bulbs up in the parking lot. The landlord's doing all that. But once the landlord's done paying for these expenses, they're going to bill some of this back to your tenants. Here's the thing. When I collect the money from your tenants for not only base rent, but their share of this money, these expenses, Once I've collected this money, guess what I have to do with it? I got to send it somewhere to somebody else. That's the landscaper's money. That's the tax man's money. This is the insurance company's money. So why would I promise you a share of it? And that's why A and B are not my preferred first choice as a landlord rep. Now, does that mean you shouldn't try it? Taryn, it is our job, right, to try to get every nickel you can. So your job representing the tenant is, yeah, you do want to check A and B. My question was, what was the landlord likely to pay you? And it was going to be C, which is where you would plug in a certain percentage of base rents payable as follows. But if the landlord's not reading and you should select A or B and they go for it, bravo, that means you got the money. Now let me tell you what that means in dollars and cents. And I mean real live dollars and cents. We have a colleague who works for Stewart Title, and her husband and her had a business on the side, or her husband had a business. And so with her having her license, she wanted to help negotiate that deal for her husband's office space. Well, her forte was not commercial. It really was residential. They'd had enough at the landlord's office. And she said, look, let me bring in my colleague. Can she have the commission instead? If you'll believe me when I tell you this, the actual landlord rep said, while we love you and appreciate you, to the tenant, the tenant's wife, we are so done talking to you. We will pay this woman on the base rents as well as the triple nets, just so we can get this thing done. So my commission went from what would have been around $8,600 to $17,000 for one little bitty 5-year lease. So what I'm saying is, go for it, try it. Click A, click B if you can. If they say no, then at least understand why. But your job is to definitely get what you can. So who did I leave? There's Matthew. Matthew, I couldn't find you to save my life. Matthew, please impart any words of wisdom you have about getting this commission, because I know you've been through some things. Waiting on Matthew to find that button.
Yeah, but before we ask for more on the commission, first of all, we need to respect the landlords and landlord rep. And we should understand the number behind the rent. Instead, everybody want to make money, but if we ask more, what the position we put tenant there? Because we just finish the leasing, we just take off. We leave tenants stay there. They have to work with the landlord, so I prefer ask for the reasonable commission instead of ask too greedy, because you never know what's gonna happen with next deal. Maybe we met the same landlords. I don't want to give them the first impression for too greedy. I want to make deal happen.
You're so kind. I don't know the landlord who will give away commission. They do a set of calculations, and I know Matthew's very familiar with these. They do a set of calculations, and they do consider their cash flows when they give up a certain amount of commission, when they let tenants in for a certain length of time, TIs that are going to be offered. There's a whole lot that goes into it. But I will say this, your job is to not start low. You don't start low in any negotiation. But Matthew, because see, Matthew's on both sides of the table like me. We got a few different things to consider, but I do like that you are honorable in wanting to maintain the relationship. And you said something that's key. It's going to come up later. Leasing agents, I love you, but what you do is you negotiate a lease for 3, 4, 5, 10 years, and then you're out of there. It's the property managers that have to deal with what you did or didn't do in writing with your clients for the next 3, 5, 10 years. And to Matthew's point, that will dictate whether or not we want to work with you in the future, because you did a good or bad lease. But let me get you back to this document. I want you to see a few things. When you're using this Texas Realtors commission form, it's pretty thorough. And you could get one of these also given to you directly by a landlord. So if they don't want to work with this, it's okay. But also take a look at this form because it works. It also asks you to look at renewals. So someone asked earlier about renewals. Yes, Carolyn Hatley, you would have secured commission for renewals, or the landlord's going to tell you we don't because our property managers negotiate renewals. And so they may not be paying you, but you would at least try. And then looking at other pages as well, I love this paragraph back here. This is fees in the event of a sale. Don't leave any money on the table, guys. Your tenant may actually decide to buy the building. This could be a very small strip center with only 3 tenants in it. And your client may say, geez, I put all this money into rent when I could have just bought the thing. It's happened to me several times in my career. So don't forget to account for getting the money if a sale happens based on the client you brought in there. So that's also in there for you. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. That's you, cooperating broker again. And then this is one of my favorite parts of this particular form. Did you all notice who signs the agreement? Take a look. Everyone signs the agreement. We will not be playing this little game of, I thought she said. Well, my understanding was, but I could have sworn I heard. Well, but she told me, no, she, we, they, I didn't. It is in writing and everybody gets to sign it. The tenants, the landlords, all the agents. Proof. Love it. Now, why is this important? Because we need to avoid any misunderstandings, because once we have understandings, what else is important on this page is right here at the top, little yellow arrow coming in. Uh-oh, somebody just asked me, what if you don't get 100% of what you asked for? That's an interesting question, Cheyenne. What you asked for is one thing. What we all agreed to in writing is something else. And if you don't get what you were promised in writing, take a look at the notice on page 3 of 3 of the Commission Form 2102. Texas Property Code Chapter 62 is written for commercial transactions, and the broker, not you as agents, but brokers are entitled to claim a lien against the properties to secure payment of an earned commission. I don't know if you know that that's there, but they bothered to put that on all of the Texas Realtor LOIs, as well as this contract form. You can file a lien, but there are some rules. And then also, let me back up. That might be a redundancy on my part. Didn't need to do that. But your broker is the one that's going to do this. You cannot go do this willy-nilly by yourself because your broker is the one entitled to the commission, technically. Find out what the rules are in your area. In Harris County, you cannot go to a county clerk's annex office. Got to go downtown. So that's one of the rules we have around here. So find out how to do that in your neck of the woods. But you got to get your money. It's got to be an earned commission. So when we're looking at this, and don't forget all these cameras are popping up because this isn't stuff I've seen yet in your book. Title 5. This is Chapter 62, Brokers and Appraisers Lien on Commercial Real Estate. These are some of the special considerations that are written in that law. Bless you, Justin. And these are some of the things you can and can't do. This is not a blanket policy where everybody for everything can file. There are some rules that you're going to have to meet, but know that this is available to you for certain transactions of certain sizes, certain properties. One I find the most interesting is a transaction, the sale of commercial real estate involving a claim for a commission of $5,000 or less. This chapter may not apply to you if 3 things happen. The principal place of business, excuse me, is the principal place of business for the titled owner. It's occupied by more than 1, but less than 5 tenants, and not or, but and is improved with only 7,500 square feet of property or less. And that's gross building area. So there's some caveats in here, but just want you to know, especially for these larger buildings, larger properties, there is an out or some help for you getting your money. Looking in the chat. Gerald asks, how easy is it to get the landlord to sign the commission agreement? I have never, ever had a problem. Matthew and Taryn, anybody else, have you all ever experienced any issues? I never have. Yeah, Matthew's giving us a no. I just never had any issues. And then someone's asking, do all three of those have to be present? There's an and written there. That's why I circled it. Let me put it back up for you. There are two sets of conditions. This code references commercial transactions, not residential ones. The chapter doesn't apply to claims $2,500 or less, or doesn't apply for a transaction. So, and then when you get down to number three has three conditions, and these are the three conditions here. At this point, what I'd love for you to do is definitely contact Texas Realtors legal hotline, because even the extent of what I'm allowed to say for you or to you about this is limited. I see 10 to 4. I don't know what 10 to 4 means. I'm reading the chat, guys. Excuse me for that. But definitely go to Texas Realtors to get some assistance with this if you find yourself needing to file some kind of claim. I definitely want you to know you've got rights and you've got help. Now, this is in your book, and Sharon, let me know if I'm goofing up these page numbers again, because it might be the case. Leasing strategies. Take a look at this. What are landlord considerations? These are some of the things. Thank you, Benjamin. I'm gonna have to make that correction. That means they did change the book and they didn't notify me. So I'm gonna apologize in advance that the book was altered. All right, so landlords are looking at base rents first and foremost. They're looking at how much they're gonna get back from your client for what they need to do to maintain the property. But then they're looking at how much space your client needs to lease up. They're looking at how many years your client wants to be there. They're looking at how much you might be asking to help build out the suite. Then they're looking at, what do I already have in here as tenants, and do I need another one that looks like your client? I might not need 16 sandwich shops. So it might be, I got to turn you down because I don't need another one of you. How are you using the space? Are you going to be in there cooking? Are you just in there mixing smoothies? You know, is this a hibachi situation? We got flames and whatnot. You know, I'd be a little concerned if someone was setting onions on fire, doing that little choo-choo train thing like they do over, what's the name of the place with the onions and whatnot? I see Justin's face. Justin, you know what I'm talking about? Yes, you do. What is the name of that restaurant? Benihana. Thank you. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'd be a little concerned if Benihana was my tenant. They set onions on fire, y'all. Okay, and then we've got effects on future vacancy. We might have to be concerned with this tenant's ability to stay in business, especially now. Whoops. Anything else you guys think tenants need or landlords are going to be concerned about when they're looking at these leases? And these are generalizations, but anything else you can think of? Everybody got Benihana. After that, everyone else is like, I'm done. I'm tapped out.
Appropriateness of use, because it's part of use of space. Because is it adult related or risk related, like tattoo parlors? I know of a landlord that will not allow a tattoo parlor come in.
Amen. I've got a landlord I repped who didn't like liquor stores. He didn't like convenience stores that sold nude magazines, even if they were paper wrapped or had the discretion wrapping on it, didn't care. Hated vape shops. There were some things that some landlords do and don't want. It's an excellent point though. Thank you. Anything?
I opened a CBD store in June. I signed last year, but yeah, there were a few landlords that wouldn't allow me to, or they wouldn't lease to me, but I found a place actually in Siena. So they were good. And Siena was good too, so.
And right now, is business booming?
Well, it's definitely getting better. It's definitely getting better. It was, you know, we still have an awareness issue, but yeah, lots of people are coming in that they need stress relief.
Hello, you know, new industry. A lot of landlords are unfamiliar with it. And to both of your points, I had a landlord who had leased up a dance academy. So lots of little girls, teenage girls, preteen girls running around in leotards and leggings and all kinds of things that someone with an inappropriate mindset may look at the wrong way. So they were very cautious about the other kinds of businesses in the strip center because they didn't want too many gentlemen, regardless of what the gentlemen were doing, at the property. And someone goofed up before I got hired and put a vape shop next door to where these girls were. I can't tell you how often we had to shoo people out of the parking lot who would literally just sit there and look at these girls come in and out of this suite. Massive things to consider. Stuff you'd never think about becomes an issue. So these are the things that landlords are looking at. Let's hit another quick list.
Hey, Mish,
Yeah,
let me ask a question. This is probably a stupid question, but
none of them are. What you got?
in commercial, you can't, in residential, you can't disqualify somebody because of all these different things. But in commercial, you can decide who you rent to. It doesn't.
It's a twofold answer. Because you are involved as a realtor, as a real estate agent, we're not allowed to do anything that violates fair housing. We've made a promise to uphold that and not discriminate. However, when it comes to commercial property, we're no longer in housing, but we still can't discriminate against people. But if there are business types you don't want on your property, you have the right to say that. To that extent, there are some properties like business condominium communities that actually have owners associations that will also say certain business types not welcome here. No nightclubs. I've mentioned in many classes that there are some owners associations that will not accept businesses that are adult daycares for folks with early onset dementia and Alzheimer's. The liability for them, they think, is too high. So you have the right to say certain businesses I don't want here. And that's a business thing, not necessarily an individual that we're aiming at. It's a business type. Anyone else want to add some things to that?
Actually, I have a building in the design district of Dallas, and actually there's a PID over it that actually limits you're not allowed to have nightclubs and things like that, even in the whole district.
Oh, wow. That's a good point, too. We do have the tax increment reinvestment zones. We've got all these CDCs, these CRCs they come with these redevelopment districts. They come with a set of agreements that we're going to do or not do certain things. So it's not that we're out there telling people you're African-American, don't want you here. That's not what it is. It's business types that we just don't want in the area. We don't want any liquor stores here. We've already got us a Total Wine and More. It's enough. No more liquor stores, Anybody else got anything to add? Because it's really very helpful information. Thank you, Benjamin. And a good question. Let's hit this real quick list, and then it's time for y'all to do your thing. Take a little break here. There we go. So what about this? When it comes to leasing strategy, what are tenants concerned with? Well, everything that was on the landlord's list, quite frankly, everything that was on the list, but they also need to be looking at signage. Can I be seen from where I'm about to go? Please don't lease up space, Gatan, Jim, and be up in there and then tell me later, well, nobody can see my sign. Well, you should have seen that when you were touring the property. That means go out there to the end of that parking lot and look from the street. Can I be seen? I will not be cutting down a tree for your client. And I know that's harsh, but it's real. Customer parking. Did anybody take a look in front of the door and see if it was exclusively handicap parking right there in the door? Because if you're a donut shop, you need people to be able to pull in and pull out, get the donuts and go. But I can't because it's the handicap parking in front of me. So now I got to have people either park out in the lot or down the sidewalk. I might lose business because of it. If I am a woman's nail shop, and ladies, Gail, Chris, I need my women to testify. Men, watch these women's faces. When we go get our nails and toes done in particular, and we forgot our favorite set of flip-flops and we got a pedicure, and look at the ladies nodding. What we don't want to do is have to walk all the way into the back of that parking lot with them cheap paper little temporary flippity things they give us. I want to be on the curb. I want to go from the door to the car like that. Same thing with barber shops and beauty shops. Don't make me get this done, honey. And then I got to walk all the way out there. Never mind, it's raining. It's just 200 degrees out here in Texas. I'm going to sweat it out before I get home. Parking matters, especially if it's retail. People forget about it until Matthew drops you off with me. And now you want me to do something about it. I can't, or I probably won't. But let's go back to our list, and then we're going to go take us a little break here. Things to consider. Customer parking, this also goes for office buildings. How far do we have to walk from the garage to the front door? It will matter, especially for those of you who have doctors. How much vacancy is going on in the property? Listen, if you're looking at a retail space and there is vacancy on your left, vacancy on your right, and there's nobody to either side of you, you must understand that if I'm the crook, I can break into the vacant suite that has no alarm, go to the back of the vacant suite, bust through the sheetrock, and easily get into your suite without setting off an alarm. Watch the vacancy. You may even have to ask the landlord, may I put sensors on the glass of the spaces next to me? As a landlord rep, we actually would do this because we didn't want the vandalism in the vacant spaces either, but it's a consideration. Foot traffic, how many people are walking up and down the sidewalk? Vehicle counts at the intersections. How many cars do go by here a day, a week? How many people potentially could see me? And don't forget signage. If I'm behind something and 33,000 cars are going through this intersection a day, yeah, 2 of them saw you. You know, you're behind something and no one saw you. It's something to consider. Do I have complimentary neighbors or neighbors who are going to fight with me? The vape shop and the girls' dance school were horrible side-by-side neighbors. Absolutely horrible. Property upkeep. If it was trashy when you toured it, it'll be trashy when you lease it. Nothing's changing. You don't like it, don't lease it. Security and lighting. I insist everybody go back. Now we're here. Everybody knows now it gets dark by 5:50. In about 3 more weeks, it'll be dark by 5:30, hands down, boom. You need to go back to the property. Send your client back when they're touring and looking at a space. They need to go into the back of the property, into the parking areas. How well lit is this thing? Cheyenne, you're leasing for a daycare. These ladies have to have children get picked up at 5:30, 6 o'clock. Well, if it's pitch black and one of them gets loose, now what are we gonna do? Check the lighting. Send your clients back, you go back with them. If your clients have to empty trash at the end of the night and go in the back alley to empty the trash, is there enough lighting back there for people to be safe? I have managed properties where women were raped between 2 buildings with poor lighting. We had just acquired the property from another company that did not illuminate it. Within 2 days, an HPD officer had raped someone between the 2 buildings. It's that serious, guys. With all that said, I think it's time for a break. Now that everybody's sitting straight up. See y'all back here about 10 minutes after the hour. Egress, good one, Cheyenne. I see you. If my mouse doesn't cooperate, come on, mouse. I think someone was right. I must have an optics issue. Uh-oh, Sandy, did you get it? Let me put that back up for Miss Sandy. I think she got it. And Sharon, it looks like the page numbers all bumped up by 4 again, didn't they? Yeah, they did that with section number 1, but I didn't know they'd done that with section number 2. So I'll have to go back and look at the book and make those corrections. Thanks for letting me know. I am absolutely convinced that I'm gonna have to clean this thing out. I've been clicking for 20 seconds with nothing. Ugh. We're
You know,
back from break.
I cleaned my mouse one time. I got a whole bunch of dust and dirt and just stuff,
Yeah.
and then it cleared it all up.
Do you have like a link to the thing that shows you how to do that? If you have it, throw it in the chat because I've about had enough of this. I thought something was wrong with my machine. It just occurred to me it could have been this mouse. While he's doing that, we had a few things in the chat that came up pretty cool. We're going to definitely be talking exclusivity shortly. It's an excellent point to bring up. Tenants are definitely going to be looking for that. And egress. Someone mentioned privately, egress was a very big deal. And that is so true for certain types of tenants in particular. Let's see. To answer the question of the person that was asking about what time we're done today, we're scheduled until 5 o'clock. If we can get out sooner, well, if you know me, then of course we will. But 5 o'clock is our scheduled time. Let me, you know, we actually get reported sometimes for classes being too short, if you can believe that. Uh-oh. Well, then I'm getting me a new mouse, man. That's it. Just getting me a new mouse. This thing is driving me bananas. So let's get back to it, guys. Let me put the screen back up. I think whoever needed that last screen, was it Sandy Collier? Sandy, I think you got the picture you needed. So how about we do this? You guys have been looking at me enough. It's your turn. You got to stay awake. And I'm going to put you into some Zoom rooms, breakout rooms. I'm going to put you into 4 different breakout rooms. And it's just random. I'm not necessarily assigning anybody to a particular room. But here's what I want you to do. I believe when you're in the room, you can see what room number you're going to be in. And definitely, Gail is already on it. Take a picture of this slide if you want to, because group number 1 is going to be taking items 1 and 2. Group number 2 is going to be taking items 3 and 4. Group number 3 will be taking 5 and 6. And then, of course, the last group is taking items 7 and 8. And this is what I'd like for you to do. You guys are going to go into these rooms representing the tenant as the leasing agent. And I'd like for you all to talk about the kinds of things your clients should be mindful of when considering a space for lease. But the reason these businesses were chosen is because they all have some unique, special considerations. So with all that said, let me use this very random process of breakout rooms. Let me just find a button. I seem to have lost my button there. Zoom makes us do way too much stuff. Let's see. When you all get assigned to a room, accept the invitation. And let me just make sure that they have put a judicious number of people in each room. Everybody's got 10, maybe 11 folks per room. So with all that said, don't forget group 1, you got 1 and 2. Group 2, you got 3 and 4. Group 3, you got 5 and 6. Group 4, you got 7 and 8. Let's go. Waiting on some people to come on back. I think everybody's out. I'm not sure now. So who's from group one? Any representative who's brave enough to talk from group one? Go for it, Benjamin. What did you guys come up with office building deli?
So we said for the office building deli, they more than likely want to be either next to elevators, next to like a major thoroughfare where they're going to have a lot of foot traffic. Possibly want to be able to advertise in like the elevator shafts or whatever specials that they're going to have in the elevator. Big thing on that one is also proper ventilation, whether they're next to an area where they can either have like an outdoor patio and or some seating inside. But more than anything, it's really about the foot traffic. And, you don't want to be in a building next to, say, where you have, a Subway and a Wendy's and so just down the block, obviously, too.
Very true. Other things that cross my mind from a landlord's point of view for that particular tenant type are, what are you cooking? Because you'll either need a grease interceptor versus a grease trap. And so are you simply reheating food or are you genuinely cooking food? And those two things are quite different to us. So those are some considerations as well. What else did you guys come up with for the retail center pharmacy? This is a big one for me. What'd you come up with?
So the big one on that we figured is going to be security and lighting, just because, you have to worry about a lot of people. Make sure you have enough handicap parking and accessibility with a ramp. Probably have a drive-through area as well, so that way people can stay in their cars. And also more than likely it's going to be a standalone building, so plenty of parking, plenty of lighting, possibly an option for some other different type of buildings either next to it if it's attached, but probably a standalone just for security.
Security for sure. If you're in a retail center, and in either case, Benjamin, it would have come up. Many of these pharmacies that you see that are not associated with a Randall's or an HEB or somebody, many of them happen to be compounding pharmacies. So they've got access to certain chemicals that people want. Some things, street value, high street values. And what I've learned over time is every crook on the planet sees compounding pharmacy, they want in. And so those walls needed to be fortified. You're gonna love this one. We had to fortify roof penetrations, meaning we actually witnessed someone move the air conditioning across the roof so they could, what's the word that the Mission Impossible people use when they get on the ropes and come on down?
Belay.
Whatever that thing is that they do, Mission Impossible themselves down in repel. That's it. Never would have thought I'd seen this in my whole life. These fools repelled into the thing, into the suite. Then they broke clean out of the front door. They were like, the heck with it, let's get out of here. But I've never seen anything like it. Pharmacies are big risks. So for the person who asked, I think that was our friend Sharon. Sharon, I know landlords who don't want pharmacies in the building because of sheer building destruction just to get to the business type. But you hit it on the head, Benjamin, when you started saying security, massive issue. Good stuff. Group 2 that had 3 and 4. Where are you guys at? Who's your representative there?
That would be me.
Go for it. What y'all come up with on retail centers, cigar bars?
Well, first and foremost, the sprinkler system and ventilation system. Obviously, with the smoke, you're going to want to have some way of clearing that out, but also bring any neighboring tenants. And even with the most fantastic ventilation system, you're probably not going to want to go next to like a health food or a yoga studio because that cigar smell might be a deterrent. Obviously, city ordinances regarding indoor smoking, alcohol service, if they are serving liquor, the TABC licensing, security. So depending on operating hours, lighting in the parking lot, or dealing with people just hanging out outside. And if you are kind of a bar restaurant, obviously there's usually heightened parking requirements. And then also maybe
covered it all. That's good stuff. Yeah.
Fire and insurance requirements. The landlord might require a heftier fire and insurance policy than he would require of other tenants.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Okay. So what about the office building obstetrician's office? This is a little tricky one. What'd you come up with on that one?
That one, we were definitely access to the office, elevators, ramps. I mean, you're dealing with pregnant women. They're not going to want to have to walk a long distance from their car to the office. Having emergency access for possibly an ambulance. Also having a good location to a hospital. A lot of private doctors do residencies at hospitals. They want to be able to get back and forth quickly. Again, tenant mix, if you have, you know, a dermatologist and other tenants that are going that way, someone going can kind of do two things at once. Obviously the property upkeep and cleanliness, a pregnant woman's not going to want to go into some rundown building that the elevator and security, you know, being able to ask someone, where's this suite? And also electricity and generators, if anything goes out, what are the backups? And lastly, if they're doing sending out of labs or blood work, if there's a drop box, is there someplace secure that they can put those things for it to go back and forth?
Amen. And by the way, reserved parking for your clients would have been great too. Pregnant woman trucking through the parking lot, you know, 15 rows back is not a good look. So some reserved parking, but good stuff. How about group 3? You guys had a retail center boba tea shop. What do you need to consider for your client?
I think I'll go ahead and take this as we were kind of trying to figure out who was going to do it, and I might.
That's you, Jim.
Now we kind of did it a different approach. Instead of doing one then the other, we kind of did them both at the same time. So when we looked at signage, we looked at say like a tea shop, you know, what would they require versus say a national chain on a gym. Okay, and while we found them, I think we decided they were equally important. That there need to be a visible, you know, location kind of thing. But definitely the tea shop needs to let everybody know what it is, especially boba tea. Secondly, customer parking is kind of the kiss of death for a gym, because if you don't have parking in a gym, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
And so the other issue too on complementary neighbors is the gym is more of, I think, at least the way I saw it anyway, is more of an anchor tenant. So they're kind of going to go in, they need the size, and then the foot traffic kind of companies, the Jamba Juice, et cetera, will move in close to them. That would be attracted to, you know, the people that would take juice and also do it. Versus the foot traffic that flip-flopped on the tea company would be different, because there needs to be some place where there is foot traffic, so people would, you know, slide in and slide out and make it convenient to get to them. It would be a big benefit.
Well, exactly. And to your point, these two could really complement each other really well, especially if the boba tea shop would incorporate the smoothies, the health drinks and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that'd be great. Since, I mean, I didn't think about the approach of putting them together, but it was a really good approach.
Yeah. Security and lighting is you already talked about it. It's very key. It's been brought up already that, well, at least in ours, the ladies will be coming out wearing gym attire and looking very attractive, etc. And that's a dangerous situation. They have to walk far to their car, so they have to be adequate parking, but the security and lighting has to be in place for our tenant that we're trying to get into the proper position, proper place. And I think that was it. Did I miss anything else, guys?
And remind me, that was a really good list, Jim. I like y'all's approach to it. It was really one I didn't intend, but I like what you did. I actually do complement each other. I'm going to mention the retail center gym in a moment from a management point of view, but there is something else to consider regarding security that you brought up. Something else happens, but let's hit group.
Not to cut you off, Mika, but I think he didn't mention leveling up for the equipment.
Oh, that's right.
Because it would be, you know, thieves can get in and try to steal the equipment, because that equipment costs some money, and a lot of gyms are going up for as far as security. So I think that was the only thing that he left off the list.
Gotcha. She had.
Thank you. There's only one. That was good.
Awesome. And then who had group 4? Who's their spokesperson for office, bank buildings, and clothing boutiques?
I can talk. So our first one for the bank, a lot of considerations. We need to have access on Saturdays, possibly space to put an ATM on the exterior or in a lobby area that can be accessed 24 hours. Access for a drive-through lane potentially would be great. There needs to be something secure for vaults. So hopefully not all, exterior walls, something interior is a little more secure would be great as well. And then for tenant mix in the same building, folks who are going to use loans or be involved in some business transactions like that would be great to have some built-in customers for them. Those are the main considerations for them. And then on the clothing side, a clothing boutique, definitely signage critical. They need to have a glass front so they can have displays and visibility from the street. It's probably okay for them to have some folks in similar fashion industry to have a little bit of foot traffic going between accessory stores and other clothing stores as well. They've got to have space for loading in the back and unloading of inventory. That needs to also be fairly secure. Need to be able to do changing rooms and storage in the back of the building, all that type of stuff.
All of that was absolutely fantastic, Grant. And Grant, now I see you on camera, Mr. Walking Around Money. I still need a loan. I need a small loan from you. But let me give you a couple of oddball situations just so that you all keep this weird stuff in mind. 20 years to get you some strange things. When it comes to retail center clothing boutiques, did it ever occur to you that if you were next door to a Subway sandwich, all your clothes smell like fresh baked bread? Because they will, and I've had it happen. It depends on who you're next to. I have also had a pizzeria place next door to a cigar bar. No one ever walked into this pizzeria and said, oh my God, it smells so good in here. Never. It stank to high heaven because it was next door to a cigar bar. See, this is what the leasing agents will sometimes do because they don't speak to a property manager and don't have two levels of thought. When it comes to the retail center gym, we're talking, like our friend said, large scale gyms. From a property management point of view, nightmare. I'll tell you why briefly, because people love to break into the vehicles of folks who go to the gym. I don't know what happens to people. They get off work, they leave their minds at the job. What they do, however, is leave their purses, their wallets, and their guns out for anybody to see in the car. And so a couple of properties I used to manage, one in particular on I-45 before you hit Fuquay and Beltway 8. So we headed south. And this place had a large national chain gym, and people complained every day that their cars were broken into. I got to stop coming here because my car is never safe. Windows smashed in. Now the tenant's pissed off at me, Matthew. Now I got to deal with the fact that I'm going to lose a major anchor tenant because we don't have security under control. Does anybody know what the solution to that problem was? Any guesses? Because we had a solution. The solution was, and where's Matthew and
physical security?
What was it?
Physical security?
Yeah, outsourced physical security, like you see at Sam's, where you have a vehicle driving around in a golf cart or a truck.
Doesn't work. What happens the minute you go around one corner, the crook goes around the other one. It doesn't work. Let me tell you what the solution was. I told security, you don't need no golf cart. I need you to get a clipboard. That's your security. Grab a clipboard, and I want you to walk the parking lot, specifically right here where people are going to the gym. And I want you to look into the vehicle window of every car and monitor this about once every 30 minutes. I need make, model, color, and license plate and what you saw in the car if you see anything a crook wants. And this is how I know people leave shotguns in the back seat, laptops under the front seat, handguns on the dashboard. I've seen some crazy stuff, y'all. So when someone would call my office, and if you can't tell, I'm a crazy property manager, so what you do not do is call me talking about you got a problem. I got one too. It's the picture of the shotgun you left in your back seat. Now, what was that you were complaining about again? Call your carrier. People would call me up with a complaint about a vehicle being broken into. I looked at my little clipboard. Oh, this is you. Yes. They went in there specifically, your purse is missing, right? Yes, ma'am, you left that right there on the floor on the passenger side. You couldn't even be bothered to put that up under there by your pedals, by your gas and brake pedals. You left that out where everybody could see it. That's why your vehicle's been broken into. You all don't understand. These people changed all of their behavior. Folks started to realize that if you call this lady's office, you're not getting any love unless it was a true break-in for some anonymous reason, because my officers would look in every single window to see what was left out. It stopped the whole thing. There are some I know, look at Gwendolyn's face. She's like, what? There are some strange things that property managers have to do after leasing agents bring in the clients in. You'll never cover it all, but I am sharing the oddities with you so that when you're dealing with a beautiful clothier who's next door to a Subway sandwiches saying, oh, that'd be great. Good foot traffic. Yes. And those expensive furs are going to smell like ciabatta bread. I'm just saying. So bear in mind, it matters. So let's keep going, guys. There's so much more to do. But isn't this easier than formulas? Let's keep going. Come on, slides. Now, this one I think is going to be Matthew and Taryn's wheelhouse, honestly. There's some leasing strategies and some negotiation techniques, and a former coworker of mine gave me this. He worked for Metro PCS, and he was charged with the acquisitions for a property management firm, and that was what he used to do. But now he works for Metro PCS, and he told me one day, he goes, Mish, one of the things we do when we negotiate with a landlord and we're about to move into a property is we ask for some things that we consider throwaway things. We ask for some stuff that we don't care if the landlord gives it to us or not. So while we may be asking for lighting, we may be asking for, special parking, we may be asking for some things that are definitely above and beyond what we think a landlord will give us, but we do it on purpose to give the landlord the ability to say, no, you may not have that. It's a psychological thing that Metro PCS used to do to give landlords the illusion of some power during negotiation. It's just a small tip that he shared with me. I thought it was interesting, but again, the illusion that they wanted to create was some control during negotiations. I'm letting you tell me no, putting a big fat X on the requests I have. Other things when it comes to leasing strategy. Now, this is a big question on the table. How long is all this supposed to take? And there is no rule. This can take weeks. It can take months. It depends on your tenant type, but there is no rule. You just want to do a thorough job. And this one, I'm asking anyone with experience, how long should a lease term be? Somebody asked me that, and I thought, I can't answer that question.
It's all negotiable too. Yeah, there's no rules.
Absolutely.
Most of the time, the landlords that I've seen, they want to start off with 5 years. But if you're a small business, they all want to start off with 1 to a 3 year term to start off just to test the waters.
Yeah. And see, I just put up on the thing, 1 year leases are undesirable for many landlords, but doesn't mean you can't get one. There are companies like Boxer Properties that actually do 2 year leases. They do quickie leases because they know these are startup businesses that need a place to go. So Boxer Properties has a whole division where that's what they do, the short-term lease. Folks are in, folks are out. Boxer won't necessarily do a lot of build out for a tenant, but they do acknowledge there is a market for these businesses that want these short-term leases. Government tenants, they like them long, y'all. Oh, they like a long 10, 15-year lease. That used to be my wheelhouse. And the more construction we have to do inside of a suite, the longer the term is. And that's because, well, the heck, somebody had to pay for all that stuff. Why would you be out of there in 2 years? You pay to put her together. We need to be in there a little longer. So let's take a look at one of my.
Well, I'd also like to say that it depends on there's some terms in there about being able to grow or reduce size depending on your business. If you can get those kind of terms in there, then you can make it do a longer term lease.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
And you know what, to everyone's point, if you hadn't figured this out, there's no rule book on this. There's no handbook, guidebook, rule book. There's only experience. And if you don't know, then you go grab yourself someone who's done this before. There's 2 people in our classroom now who partnered up. One who's been doing this for years and someone who's relatively new. They met in section 1. I think it's fantastic they got together. So take a look here, because you'll never know it all. I promise you that. Even I don't know it all, but take a look here. Unique tenant types, the GSA. Has anybody ever heard of them before? Seen the GSA? These people, this is, well, your government services administration here, your general services administration. I always want to say government because that's what it is. It's the general services administration. They're the ones that handle leases on behalf of government tenants. Many of these things, around 10,000 square feet or less. So owners do not have to be giant corporations with massive 20-floor office buildings to get a GSA lease. You'd be shocked at where the GSA leases. They don't need them massive. Independent owners can get these tenants. But let's take a look real quick. A couple things you need to know about the GSA. These are all the different departments that could be renting from a landlord you represent that are guided under the GSA. When the GSA leases up space, they can be leasing for all of these different groups: the IRS, Social Security, NASA, ICE, was it tobacco and firearms? I've had all of these as my tenants. One of the most amazing ones was ICE, and this was shortly after ICE was formed. I also had the IRS in my office, but this was the gambling and fraud division. Very interesting tenant to have. And let me tell y'all something. The ICE building, the ICE tenant that I had, rather, that tenant was not a nice tenant to me. I represented the owner, but once a government services or general administration tenant gets in there, you got to be careful on the landlord side of the table, because you will not have access to your building like you think you do. Very small case in point. First of all, these guys are excellent as tenants because rent is always paid. It's always paid. You will never be chasing someone down looking for money. But there are a couple of issues with these tenants. Let me just tell y'all, first and foremost, I did have ICE as my client, but that included a couple of issues. The first of which was what ICE did in my building. We had jail cells in the building. So every now and then, a couple of people were detained in my building. You all ever notice that when you see sometimes these massive drug busts and there are pallets of marijuana, pallets of cash wrapped up in plastic? The stuff was in my building. I wigged out when I saw this stuff. Wait, what? These people kept arsenals of guns in my building. So now let me add this layer. Let me see Matthew's face when I add this layer. Catch this, guys. Knowing that this money, criminals are always taken out very quickly. Anybody brought in, they're out the same day. It was just a quick holding spot. But marijuana, pills, all kinds of stuff, weapons, anything brought in there that might have been stored in there, ICE didn't want anybody to know they were in this building. So our obligation was to shush. But when Hurricane Ike hit, we had us a problem. Does anybody know what the problem was? What was the problem? See, I see Carolyn laughing already. Does anybody?
Water and cocaine.
What was it?
Water getting on the cocaine.
You know,
it was actually floating down. Was it floating through the community?
The fact that you all are concerned about the drugs, no, it was not the concern. The concern, well, I tell you, you know what? Let us stop the recording now. The concern was this. It was an office building. If you recall, I told you it was an office building. Many office buildings have glass front doors, right? Those are doors that you don't lock necessarily with a key. They use a what, Matthew? See, I got the Matthew head nod today. How do we lock those doors, Matthew? Electricity, mag locks. And with no power to activate the mag locks, those doors didn't work. Now, we have an issue, still have an issue. And this is where property management gets to be Serious work. This is not about collecting rent because we locked every door from the inside. See, the stairwells let you down and then they let you out. Got it. Door locked. But then when we left the building, how do you lock the mag lock from the outside? There might not be any door handles. You got to push to get in and out of that building. It was a problem. Do you hear me? So we had to have some men who stayed armed and stayed in the building instead. That's what we had to do, to keep an eye on all of the money and all of the drugs that were not floating away, but that were still in the building. So when I show up, because the owner, Matthew, the owner calls me up after Ike is finished and says, Miss Guillory, are you okay? I said, I'm fine. My home is still standing. Great. Need you to ride on down to the building and check my asset. That's what I got. Yeah. Go to look at Matthew. Now, see, Matthew, you mean like that. You look at Matthew's face, but no, that's the truth. They need the asset checked. And so I'm on 610, Beltway 8, ducking and dodging fallen trees to get to the asset to make sure it's okay. I am met with guns in my face and drawn. You knew who these guys were. They didn't know me because they sent some field agents to protect the building. So now I got to prove who I am, but I'm the one running the doggone thing. Stuff like this comes up. You got to be ready for it if you're going to, one, put the tenants in the suite. So when I asked you all to look at the list of stuff, this is one of the things you got to consider. How secure would it be if a mag lock is what I need to lock the thing down and there are no handles? And even if there were door handles on the glass, we could only chain the outside, which means any criminal could have still cut the chain and accessed my building. Big, big, big problems. Y'all see how deep this gets though, right? Property management and leasing are not that easy. And one of the things that makes you good at what you do is considering all this stuff, because to Matthew's point earlier, when you finish a lease and you leave, then I got you for the next 10 years and we're supposed to figure out what to do in all the scenarios everyone forgot to mention. That's the tough part about what we do. So let me get you back to the GSA. The other thing, let's see if I put it up here now. There we go. Now, here's some things that you might want to see. And this is not a one size fits all scenario, but for my freshmen in the room, when you're working with leasing up a space, this is not a one size fits all scenario, but this is how you might want to do this. You tour the property. You take a look around, you see if you like it. You find out what are the terms the landlord prefers. And you may see those before you tour the property. Yeah, they want the base rent at this. They want the triple net at that. Okay, fine. Sometimes a landlord will offer to send an LOI first, but I like to be the one to put the letter of intent on the table first. That's just me. I like to put the first offer down. So, excuse me there. And then when you do send that letter of intent, you put the terms your client wants on there. So you make sure you've consulted with them first, and then you will send that to the landlord. So you put this draft together, shoot that over there, and the landlord invariably is going to say, I see what you're saying, but I want some things too. So they're going to come back with you and give you a counter, and you'll discuss those terms with your client because you don't make decisions for them. Then you might have to send back a counter offer and repeat those steps, and that's fine. That's what we're here for. And then when we reach this concurrence of what we intend to do, we've not signed any leases yet, we just concur, then we're going to produce and execute a lease. There's something missing in that list of stuff. And that list, that thing that's missing, make sure everything in your LOI landed in the doggone lease. I can't tell you how often the stuff that is negotiated in the letter of intent doesn't make it into the lease. I've seen it happen a million times. I got that Matthew Tan head nod. I got Taryn looking like you about to say something good. Taryn, you got something good to say?
Yeah, the other thing is they'll put in they'll put in language that counters what they'll have. One paragraph that says they're going to do what they said. They'll have another paragraph that says they're going to do something different.
Yep.
And you got to really watch out for that.
Yep. That letter.
And extra stuff that you didn't even discuss suddenly.
Right. I will say this, the danger of new folks in our business is letter of intent, which is like the 1 to 4 family offer, you know, the contract. It's not the contract. It's just this notation of what we'd like. That's it. There's still a 65-page lease somewhere that we've all still got to read completely through. And that's where we kind of mess up as practitioners, thinking the LOI had it all. No, we still got to look at that lease as well. So let's take a look at some stuff.
Last one was make sure your commission's in there.
You know what? I got to share something with you on the commission in the LOI. Are you saying the commission in the lease or in the LOI?
Either depending on how you're handling your commission. You got a commission agreement in front or back, but depending on which way you're handling it.
Let me just put it out there since you mentioned it, Taryn. Texas Realtors letter of intent form, there's one for leasing and there's one for sales. Your commission is addressed in the letter of intent form, but you got to remember, it's just a letter of intention and it ain't binding. So even if they said that commission was going to be a certain amount in the LOI, there's nothing that binds them to that. You still want a real live commission agreement. Thanks for bringing it up, Taryn. There's so much to know, guys. Here we go. Well, there are other things that we didn't talk about. Inspections in commercial places, if possible. The need for some space drawings and renderings for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, architectural, and structural, or as-built. Construction estimates, and we will be talking about all them drawings on another day. Review of full lease terms. You have to look at the lease terms. Other things to consider, and I am kind of breezing you through some of these. Many new tenant rep agents forget to do this. Make sure again that those terms make their way into the final draft of the lease. And I mean, check it letter for letter. You cannot assume that what you asked for made it in there. We're going to hit that later. Security deposits. What have you seen in your respective markets? Anybody have any feedback on security deposits? What are y'all doing?
Hey, Mish, can you go to the last 2 slides, please?
Say it again.
Can you go to the last 2 slides, please?
Sure.
The one before the last one.
Let me put it back up for you. Hold on, I'll slow motion that one for you. And back. This one?
The one before that one.
All right, one more. This one.
Yes, thank
There
you.
Go. No worries. I see a few cameras. I see Miguel. Hey, let's give it up for the cute kids, because that's how some of y'all look when you see these 70-page leases come across your desk. And here we go. Security deposits. Some people want to say first and last month's rent. I'm going to encourage you all to get away from saying that if it's part of what you say. It's not first and last month's rent. There is first month's rent that we're going to ask you for, and then there's a security deposit. And those are 2 totally different pools of money. And you need to make sure that if you're repping the tenant, of course you go for something reasonable. Some people, like Raymond, say the deposit might equal the last month's rent plus expenses. Could be. If you're fighting for your tenant, you might ask for something equivalent to the first month's rent. Just depends on what you can get. How good is your client's history? Are they brand new into business? I might need a little bit more skin in the game. You never know, but it's not a one size fits all. So if you have that impression in mind, just want you to know no one is trying to give you the shaft. There are a lot of factors in place.
I'd like to share something.
Please do.
It happened for one of my, I was a tenant rep for a tenant, and it happened to one of a small tenant that was a franchisee for a big franchise. And we were up against sending an LOI and lease agreement revisions with a fairly decent sized plaza. I mean, the plaza is at the corner of 99 and 59, and it's really huge. It's a Valley Ranch, and they're really huge space wise, but I didn't know about the property management side. But it took I think 15 months for a slow no. We went through everything all the way up to the final revision of the lease agreement The only thing that needed was the owner's signature. And then it came down to the final owner's review of the tenant. And they didn't do this in the middle or the beginning of the process, but is at the very final end. The owners didn't like the tenant, the prospective tenant, and said it's a no. So it took a slow no, and it just destroyed the whole thing, and we had to start all over. It's just the name of the game for the newbies. It's a long game, and don't expect it to finish in months, or maybe not even within a year. It just took us a long, low no. It's called a slow no, and it's very devastating for the tenant.
And it's an excellent point, Min. It comes up later in this section of 4 days, but you definitely want to make sure that the landlord even desires your tenant type, or you use the CBRA, the Commercial Buyer's Rep Agreement, to secure some money from your client, just in case something like this happens. You got to pay me something, all this work, and I got nothing. That's a heartbreaker. Good one to bring up. Let me get you a couple more points, because it's time for a break, if y'all can believe it. We've been yapping for another hour. Landlord, how long do they have to give us this money back? Per Chapter 93, the Texas Property Code. That's my favorite place to be. 60 days. That's how long, but there are some conditions. After the date the tenant surrenders the premises, then we start counting the 60. And the tenant provides notice to the landlord of the forwarding address. So if they don't perform a couple of things, that 60-day clock doesn't start. So when they get to calling me up looking for the money, honey, do your part, I will do mine. I'm not holding your money because I want to. I'm holding it because I need you to do some things per the property code so I can legally send you this money. So, if you're going to get into property management, just Chapter 93 of the Texas Property Code is where you're going to live, my friends. The other things that I need you to see very briefly, this is real quick stuff. What do we do with the deposits when the space is damaged? Well, heck, we start using it. That's what we do with it. We use it. We start whittling down. You gave us this money for a reason. The landlord can recover costs of repairs from the deposit. She will be obligated to provide the following: a written description of repairs and an itemized list of deductions with dollar amounts. This is why I need 60 days, because sometimes that took me some time. But I was very detailed in my work. Now, this is what I need you all to see very quickly. Proof of damage. I'm asking you now, can anybody spot the problem with these images? What's the problem? Anybody see it?
You don't know where it's located.
Bam. Who said that? I love you. I don't know who that was. Whose voice was that? Speak again.
Chandra.
Chandra, you're a genius. Thank you. Every tenant on the planet wants to take these pictures. I don't know where that is. What we need you to do is take the close-up picture, but then I need you to back it up some more so I know where the hole was. What wall was it on? And if I had my druthers, the pictures would be pulled back even more so I can decide what room we're in. You know what I'm saying? So when your clients are taking pictures of damage in a space before they moved in, we need those pictures that give perspective. Other than that, then I have no way of knowing where that was in that suite, or if it was indeed even taken inside that suite. Landlord reps, you do the same. You need pictures that are taken far enough back so that you can see everything. The other thing that also helps is a little perspective, size of the hole. I know that's stupid, but doggone it, we knew exactly what he meant because it's right there on top of his hand. Look at the sheet, right? Oh, Lord. Anyway, so we can see where this is going. And little old-fashioned detective work is also helpful. The dollar bill next to anything always gives perspective. So if you have to tape a dollar bill on the wall to get the perspective of the size of a hole in the wall, that's also still a very helpful method. So with all that said, I think you all have earned one of these. See you back here in 10 minutes after the hour.
Hey, Mish, what happens if you are, if the property is transferring from one owner to the other one prior to all of this?
The money that is
the deposits and everything because the property is sold in between.
Oh, no, I was answering your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those deposits belong to the building, not the owner. So when the building is transferred over, that language is already in there that deposits go with the building.
Okay, but as far as the repairs, because you don't know what the previous, I guess the building looked like prior to you purchasing it from the original.
Now,
You
who
know what
would
I
I
mean?
be in this example you're giving? Who am I?
Okay, so I'm purchasing a building from you, turning over the deposits, and now we need to know once the tenants are ready to move out, you know, were there any damages because of the tenant, or if this is something that was prior to the tenant even moving in. So they're telling.
The landlord should have, property manager should have gotten a Form 1408 for the condition of the building. And that would have told you everything you needed to know about what was wrong with the building. Now, in each tenant file, you know, there's always, even like when you move into an apartment, you have about a week to fill out the form that tells about, hey, this is what I found in the apartment before I moved in. When I move back out, you don't ding me for it. Each tenant should have one of those too.
Perfect.
If they don't, then what you would do while you're representing a prospective buyer is suite by suite inspections. It gets deep because we also do lease by lease evaluations as well. So it gets pretty deep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, thank
you.
you.
And I put a slide up that I think I might have breezed through a little too fast. Security deposits stay with the property. When it's sold, it goes to the new owner. And there you go.
All righty, thank you.
You are so welcome.
Mish,
yo,
just one question. So the security deposit, in that case, you don't need to mention in the letter of intent?
No, not, well, you can definitely put in the letter of intent how much of a deposit you would like to see if you're the landlord. Might even put that in there if you want to, if it's important as the tenant. This is how much deposit, you know, I'd like to put on the suite. At the end of the day, the landlord usually drives that one though.
Okay.
And they'll do, go ahead.
No, please.
Well, no, I was going to say a lot of times they do this based on, is your client on maybe its second or third location? Is this the first time you have left baking these cupcakes in your house and now this is your very first lease? You know, we don't know how well your business is going to do. We may ask you for more money than usual. So a lot of it depends on the landlord's confidence in your business history, and lots of things.
My main concern is in the letter of intent for purchase. So if it is necessary to request the security deposit there, or the new owner is going just to get the security deposit for default.
It's in the contracts for sure. It's in the Texas Realtor contracts, and it should be in the contract. If you're representing the buyer and their attorney drew up the contract, then make sure there's language in there that addresses it, because security deposits by the property code stay with the building, not with the individual owner.
But it's going to show only in the contract and not in the letter of intent.
You can if you'd like to. I mean, if you feel that it would just, the letter of intent is not binding. You put in what you want in there. But until it made its way into the contract for sure, it's not a done deal. And something as sensitive as these deposits should always be in the contract. Absolutely.
Okay.
But you can mention it in the LOI if you want to. Just make sure it landed in the contract.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Out of curiosity, if we're taking these 3 classes, would you still recommend taking your commercial lease boot camp class, or is it the same material?
Some of it's added in for the benefit of people who never took it, but that class is a lot heftier than even this. Even though it's considered a commercial leasing 101 class, I gotta admit, I pretty much knock you over the head with a lot of information, and it's done in conjunction with a contracts class.
Okay.
Everything we talked about concept wise, you know how to get it in the contract too.
Right. Do you know when you're doing that class again by chance?
I am not teaching it for the rest of the year. I'm done. We have boot camped ourselves to death.
Oh, I meant for next year. Sorry.
It's next year. Yes, sir. It's set for next year through Texas Realtors, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. All right, we are back in the room. Let me shut that down right there. Back from break, back from break. Believe it or not, we're doing lunch next, so hope you guys are okay so far. I don't see anybody nodding off or leaving me, so that's always a good sign. Let's get you back where we were, right here. So the ultimate goal for our investors and their property managers is to maximize net income through cash flows from great rents and lower operating expenses. But we got to look at some of these contracts here. Since these operating expenses like taxes, insurance, building maintenance can be a huge draw against the income, owners are going to attempt to kind of pass that stuff through to the tenants, and sometimes they're even called pass-through expenses. I'm sorry, I was reading something from Candace. We are moving quickly, aren't we, Candace? My goal is to make sure everyone's awake and engaged. All right, so let's keep going. Let's hit a couple of basic lease types. Now, let me just say this, because we're not going to have a full-blown, all-out, hands down, this is the way it has to be conversation about leases. But I will say this, the kind of lease that you're given is dictated by the money your client will be paying. A gross lease is not the same as a triple net lease, is not the same as percentage rent clauses in the leases. It's not the same as expense stops, which is a very old school way of looking at leases. The way a landlord recovers money from your clients will dictate the kind of lease you're given. So with all that said, you're going to get some general information about leases. If you need to go back a few steps, that's when you'll try to take the Commercial Leasing 101 class if you really need a deeper dive into this stuff. So for the purposes of the certification course, to kind of breeze you through it a little bit. Your gross leases, that's the most basic lease type. And I'll tell you a little secret, Texas Realtors Lease Form 2101 is a gross lease as it stands. And so what it does is it just says the tenant is paying base rent, landlord is assuming operating expenses. Some people want to call these full service gross leases. Some people just call them full service leases. I've seen some differences of opinion about whether we call this a full service lease or not. But if you say a gross lease, it just means we're covering base rent. Then you've got some other kinds here. We've got the hybrid gross lease. Many of us just call it modified gross. And that means, yeah, we're paying some base rent at the beginning, but later on, we may take a share of some of those landlord expenses after all, may take on some property taxes. Maybe we'll just help with the insurance or something. You never know, but the landlord will tell you what it is your client's taking a piece of. And again, this is very generalized conversation. Leases are very complex things, but this is generalized. Then you've also got your single net leases. The tenant's going to pay base rent, and they're also going to pay a share of the taxes. This is going to take some of the expense burden off the landlord for his tax bill. His or her tax bill is basically on the land and the improvements. So whatever's built on top of it, your client is going to be paying a share of that tax bill. Then you've also got another kind of net lease, and this one's a double net lease. And your client's going to be paying the base rent, but now we've got two net items to be concerned with, and that's going to be a share of those taxes, but also the insurance. Landlord pays insurance for what happens out there on the grounds and to the building and to anybody personally who is injured by the property. The landlord's insurance largely does not cover what happens inside of a tenant's suite and to the tenant's contents. I'm speaking in very general terms, but in general, that's what a double net lease does. And then we get here. This is the one everybody can fling around and you've heard about regularly, triple net leases. Please note the turquoise highlighting. This is the one many of you need to be concerned with. And if you haven't mastered this yet, let me give you the very simple short version. Your client's going to move in. They're going to sign a lease and they're going to pay a base rent amount. And then they're going to pay a share of three other kinds of landlord expenses. Those three other things make up the word triple. And those three other things would be a share of the taxes, a share of the insurance, and a share of the maintenance for the property. That's it. Now, let me take you off that screen and pull you back down here. When I teach this for real in Commercial Leasing 101, I try to keep this uber simple. So Matthew, if you need to go grab a cup of coffee, if Taryn, you want to catch a quick cat nap because you heard it before, I got you. Carolyn, you too, because I already know this is going to bore you to tears. Ladies and gentlemen, when we first started, we discussed the fact that there's this base rent pool. This is income for the landlord. $1 a square foot for a Houston office space, Class B property, $1. Or let's just even go retail. We'll just do something simple like $1 a square foot for some C-class property. There you go. But then there's that second pool of money. And these are all the things a landlord has to do to run the place. Again, fixing potholes in the parking lot, trimming the trees, mowing the lawn, fixing the roof. And this set of bills here is where we get the name triple net from, because the expenses are categorized in three ways: the tax bill, the insurance bill, the common area or CAM maintenance bill. That's where the triple comes from in triple net. The expense pool of money is broken into three simple parts, and that's it. We go into depth later in other classes, not in this certification, but other classes, but that's just the nutshell of it for those of you who needed that. So when you do get these leases and your client is paying a share of three different kinds of expenses, you in front of you have a triple net lease. Now, let me just get you over to a couple other things you need to know that can be a part of a triple net lease. And this is perhaps, I want to say, one of my favorites. I thought, come on, mouse. I swear to God, it's going through the window before the end of the day. There we go. We also have, if my mouse, there we go. We are not snacking, we're back. This is one of my faves. Percentage rent clauses. Would anybody like to open up a mic and share what they know about percentage rent? Because I love this tool. Anybody ever used this before?
I'm familiar with it, but I've never used it.
Go for it, Benjamin. How would you describe what it's for?
So probably the biggest thing would be anybody that's retail. So say like, at JCPenney's, Macy's, Nordstrom's, where they get, 80% of their yearly income is November, December. So basically for say January, February, March, they're paying a much smaller nominal amount of base rent and they're not really paying much in the percentage. But then in November, December, January, when they're doing a ton of sales, that rent might essentially quadruple because it's a percentage of whatever income they have coming in.
So first of all, everything he said makes a lot of sense to me. Let me pull it back down a little bit. And Benjamin, the thing I like to do is pull things down to the smallest factor so that it's simple enough for everybody to grasp onto. I'll say this. When we are dealing with daycares, when are daycares very much busy businesses? You can put it in the chat, open up a mic. When are daycares busy?
School year.
Well, and
sorry, summer. Sorry,
not
summer.
during the COVID year. Okay, let's exclude COVID because everybody's daycare is at the house. How about a tutorial place like Sylvan Learning or Mathnasium? When are they busy? Let's try that instead.
After school.
What time of year are they busy? What time of
summertime? The summertime.
That is arguably one of their slower periods. There are a lot of kids who will go to Mathnasium and Sylvan Learning through the school year. Summertime, even though I understand the logic behind the answer, many families are on vacation. So these places lose business. So where Benjamin was going was this. With a percentage rent clause, I will say, look here. I'm gonna let you have rent at a reasonable rate where I can still earn some income. You can pay it comfortably, but we have a catch. When your cash register goes ring-a-ding-ding and you make a certain amount of money, we're gonna agree to what that level is at your cash register. Once you hit this preset level of sales, anything you make above that number, I get a share of it. That's going to supplement what I didn't get for charging you higher rent. It's a wonderful tool for tenants that are highly seasonal, like Victoria's Secret. It's my favorite example to use in my class. Ladies, don't help the men. Men folk, please put in the chat. When is Victoria's Secret's 2 busy months? This is pop quiz for men only. I'm looking. There you go, February and December, absolutely. Justin, Grant, why are you laughing? Now, Grant done got tickled to death. I don't know why. Like, well, the truth is, and I always use this example in my class. Justin, you were just there, right? The truth is, there is no massive, Halloween thong and panty sale. We just, you're not getting a pumpkin themed bra set. That's not what we're doing at Vicky's Secret. They get, well, maybe. In Justin's world, maybe. But the truth is, they do some great business for Valentine's Day and for Christmas. Every now and then I'll have somebody say Mother's Day. I'm like, please let that be your wife and not your mama. But anyway, so they are very busy during a few times of year, but I had them as a tenant inside of Sharpstown Mall. For those of you who are not in the Houston area, Sharpstown Mall is a very dangerous place by reputation. Its nickname is Shoot 'em Up Sharpstown. Vicky's Secret decided to stay at this gun-ridden mall anyway in exchange for percentage rent. Chris Parker said, I bet you I won't. Look at Chris's face. She's like, no, I'm out of here. But in exchange for reduced rent, they agreed to percentage rent at a certain rate. Once they made a certain amount of money, they would share that money with us in exchange for staying in this poor reputation mall. But it is good for businesses that are highly seasonal. Daycares, churches are highly seasonal businesses. Justin, can you tell the people I've locked out churches? No shame in my game, y'all. I will lock a church out in a heartbeat. Now I see judgment. Justin, look at everybody's face judging me. Look at Grant. Grant is judging me. I see Candace Spurlock looking down like that's between you and Jesus. Listen, if you do not pay this rent, I have to lock you out. And that's how serious what you all are about to get into is. If you cannot abide by the lease terms, it doesn't matter to us who you are or what you do, doors will be locked. So let's keep on going. It's key that you explain to your clients what they're getting themselves into. That's why those considerations came up earlier. What do you need to be looking for when putting them in? And people like Matthew are going to do the same thing. I need to know you can pay to be here. We already covered that, so let's move on. Just to let you know, though, the percentage rent leases, highly subjective territory. I suggest mom and pop tenants use them, not just the national ones Benjamin mentioned. So let's take a look here. Exclusivity. This is a big deal to me. This is a massive deal to me. And I'm telling you, I almost lost my lunch behind an argument we had with Gator Investments in Florida. I hope nobody has friends there because I'm gonna put a client story on the table. Tenant has the right to exclusively occupy a space, plain and simple. No one else will be in the space except you. And this is what's interesting about this. Let me put this up here. This is an exclusive use clause. There's a few things in your book that are written kind of weird to me, but I understand what they are. An exclusive use clause says you're the only one that's going to occupy the space. It doesn't speak directly to how you're using the space. It comes up differently. So you have exclusive right to occupy the space. I'm not going to put someone else in there with you. But when we see exclusive use clauses, people tend to think of that a different kind of way. So let me get there before y'all start asking questions. So exclusive use clauses say, I'm only leasing this space to you. Your client is being granted an exclusive right to use the space, but not necessarily the right to exclusively use it in a certain way. It's just that you're the only one going in there. But let's get further down the line with this. We've got quiet enjoyment clauses. This says that the tenant is going to be assured that they'll be able to occupy the space without interference from me and Matthew and Taryn. That means we're not going to pop up in there looking at what you're doing, snooping around, and there is a small little chart on the side that's not, I believe, in your book. So we're not supposed to be interfering, coming in unannounced, harassing people. Looks like you're awfully busy there. Looks like a lot of work at the cash register is going on. I might have to keep that in mind during renewal. Don't do that. Landlords also have to help resolve certain issues, noise complaints, maintenance requests, unsafe behavior. Those are the kinds of things we're supposed to be doing for you. Chapter 93, the Texas Property Code, that's my favorite place to be. And it also says absolutely nothing about quiet enjoyment. That's a clause that a landlord's going to put in a lease. If you want it, you better make sure it's in there. The property code won't cover you on this one. So in case you're thinking you're backed up by the property code for commercial tenancies, you're not. Residential ones, absolutely. If you're in an apartment building, absolutely. But you want to definitely get a quiet enjoyment clause in your lease for your tenant. And if you're repping a landlord, you still want one of those in there. Expansion rights. Now this one's an interesting one. There's a few different, is it this one? No, there's this, the next one that's interesting to me that's got a few things. This one is the exam questions I want you to note in turquoise. Expansion rights. This may be negotiated by the big old tenants occupying significant percentages of the gross leasable area so that they can expand into a suite next door when they become available. Now, in parentheses, I put this right may be associated with a phrase that we use commonly called first right of refusal. Now I want to draw some distinctions here, and you may want to yank out cameras on this one. There are three basic types of expansion clauses. There is right of first refusal. And these clauses say that typically adjacent spaces are going to be spelled out in the lease, and the landlord can market this space to anybody they want to put into this thing. This thing may be vacant, and I can market it and advertise it all day. But before I can put anybody in there, a particular tenant needs to be given a chance to either match or negotiate the price that's being offered by some other party that wants that same space. So you might want to put something in the lease that says, I want right of first refusal on suite 211, even though I'm in suite 210. I'm not ready for suite 211, but I might want it in the future. So before you just give it away out from under me, let me put that in my lease document that I want first dibs at suite 211 as well. And moving on, some pros and cons there. This means a tenant can get market rates and the tenant won't lose an opportunity to move or expand. But the cons here, there might not be any room to negotiate rental rates. You may have to take what's given because if you remember the previous slide, someone else came in and made an offer. You may have to move in based on the rates someone else is offering. You may even have to match or beat with somebody, you may have to match it at the least, and that may go outside of your budget. So you've got right of first refusal. I need the first right to say, I'm gonna go ahead and move in there. If that's what they're going to pay, I'll do it instead. Let me do it. But then you got something else called right of first offer. It's a little different. This gives the tenant the first right to lease a space in a building should it become available before the landlord can market the thing for lease or accept offers from other people. So that means you're putting your number down on the table first before someone else came up and through and said, I'll take it at this rate. So the pros and cons here. Pros typically gives the tenant the jump on the spaces, even full floors if necessary, before outside competition enters the picture. Cons, well, there's no guarantee the landlord's going to go for it. They may not. They may not like what you're offering. And a landlord can certainly ask for terms the tenant can't afford. It doesn't mean they have to take what you're offering. But this does let you get the jump before anybody else enters the picture and there becomes this, slight bidding war. So that's the right of first offer. Then we've got one more thing to consider. My little cameras are moving slow here. The must take. The tenant agrees up front to lease the entire space they anticipate needing in the future. An interesting note, the tenant only pays rent on the part of the space they actually need for a certain negotiable period of time. And then once that period of time is up, then they start paying the rent on the whole space. It's called a ramp up period. Now, all this is negotiable, but this says you must take it. You're agreeing up front. I want space 211 and 210. And when that time comes, let's go. We're going to ramp up slowly, but eventually I got to start paying on the full 211 suite as it was written in the lease document. There's a few different things to do, but what I will tell you is this: by law, you can't write any of these clauses. So before anybody says, Mish, how would you write that up? Chapter 537.11 B and D both say you can't. Your client's attorney must be a Texas attorney if you're dealing with Texas property, and that is the only person that can write it up, or your client can write it up. You all cannot. So I make no recommendations as to how you put the language in the lease. Just put in the LOI that you desire it and go from there. But by law, 530, this is Trek Rule 537.11 B and D, we can't do it. Very simple. All right, mouse is working. Thank you for cooperating, mouse. All right. Pros and cons, I forgot your pros and cons on your must take. Pros, tenant gets a little bit of free rent on the part of the expansion space because that ramp up period, we're not paying the full rent. So we may get a little free time and we ease into the new rate. But it does eliminate the need to search for new spaces later because we know we're going to take that one later. And it eliminates the need to find a sublet if we outgrow the space we're in and need to leave. At least we know we can go on into that space next door. So it eliminates a lot of issues for us. One of the cons, though, is that you're already contractually obligated to eventually pay rent on that thing. So even if you only need part of it, so don't grow. If you don't grow at the rate you expected, this can be very costly. This is good for businesses that have been around and know what growth looks like. This ain't very good for us new folk out there. And there you go. Market exclusivity. Boy, I tell you, my emotions get involved in exclusivity. This may be granted to tenants in highly competitive markets. I want the exclusive right, not use, but the right to sell a particular product or service at this property. If granted, landlords will be limited to the types of other tenants that can come in there because of this provision. Now let's take a look at this here. This is interesting. This may be granted to tenants in highly competitive markets requesting exclusive right to sell a particular product. And again, if the landlords agree to this, this tenant may be the golden egg here, the only one that can do it. So take a look. Do you think these tenants need exclusivity? And I'm asking for thumbs up, thumbs down, open mics, it doesn't even matter. Do jewelry stores need exclusivity? I got a no, I got a couple of no's. I got some yeses. Sharon, tell me where you got your yes from.
No, I just think they do because if there's, well, it depends. Are they a high class jeweler? Are they TJ Maxx jeweler? Are they included in another store? I think it depends on what kind
individual tenants though. We're not talking like if the tenant, it's the one thing they do, not being a department.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Yeah, I would think so.
Interestingly enough, I think all of you are correct. Some of you said no, some of you said yes. Robbins Brothers. What does Robbins Brothers sell?
Engagement rings.
Engagement rings. Thank you. It is so specific that if someone else comes in there saying this is what we do, then they may have a problem. So if it's just a general jeweler like a K, is it every kiss begins with K? Yeah, K Jewelers. That's fine. K can be in there with some of the other ones, Gordon's and who sells jewelry? It's been so long since I had a diamond in my life. Who sells jewelry?
Zales.
Zales, thank you. So we can have a Zales and a K all in the same place, and that's fine. If you don't find it at K, you'll go down the sidewalk to Zales. That makes perfect sense. But if it's Robbins Brothers and all we do is one type of ring, I can't deal with another one. So I might need exclusivity. So all of you were correct. What about this next example? I'll just tell you what it says. The next one was mom and pop restaurants. Do they need exclusivity or no? Trick question. I see some yeses from Greg. I see Gerald saying, I'm not answering any of your questions, Mish, because I know better. He knows now. Gerald answers nothing.
All depends on the food they serve. Yeah.
Right. And it's true. Taryn's correct. Mom and pop restaurants may be selling something very, very specific. And if a national chain comes in, they're dead. Mom and pop smoothie shop is dead once Smoothie King moves in next door. They may need exclusivity. They can't work with it. But if you're dealing with a national chain restaurant, they love to be next door to each other. People go to Restaurant Row looking for stuff to eat. What about dentist offices? Do dentists need exclusivity? Trick question. I got some no's. I got some people who are looking like, Mish, we just don't trust you now, so we're not answering the question. Chandra, I see you nodding. What are your thoughts?
I just put a pain doctor into a small medical building, and we put an exclusivity that no other pain doctor could go in. Other medical professions, dermatologist or whatever could go in, but he's protected. He's the only pain doctor in that building.
I like it. Now, who's taken the commercial leasing 101 class where I mentioned dentists specifically? Who's taken that class and remembers the treatment we give dentists? Does anyone remember it? If you don't, it's okay. Let me tell you, to Chandra's point, when I move a dentist into a retail center, I will put in the use clause how we're going to use the suite, not dentistry, not general dentistry, cleanings and braces. We don't do any of that. I ask my dentist clients, I need all 13, it's like 11 or 13 areas of practice: orthodontia, general dentistry, periodontal, maxillofacial reconstruction. It's the whole bunch. I need all of them. And they all go in the use clause, and then you get exclusivity. No dentist moves in. This way we don't lose any money to anybody else who all of a sudden decided, oh, you know what? Them Invisaligns is making money. I need to also sell Invisaligns. No other dentist, and that's it. We don't play games. What about next business type? Oncologists. Now that is a trick question. Do oncologists need exclusivity? People looking at me going, I don't know what an oncologist is.
I know.
Cancer specialty.
It's a big specialty. Does anybody know what an oncologist does?
It's a cancer doctor.
Yes. They all do tend to cluster in the same building. There can be 25 different oncologists in the same building. They do tend to get together in buildings. What about another tenant type? I'm just curious, barbershops, exclusivity or no? Hands down, absolutely. You cannot have 2 or 3 of these in the same spot. Nail shops, cell phone stores, dry cleaners. You cannot have 2 or 3 next to each other. We can't do it. National chain restaurants, feed it off of each other. Let them move in next to each other. Daycares, let me tell you from personal experience, you don't put 2 daycares in the same retail center or the same office building. I saw children in tears because they didn't know where they were going to school from one week to the next because the specials kept changing. Parents kept enrolling and unenrolling. It was ridiculous. So it doesn't work well for them. And the last one, liquor stores. Do they need exclusivity or not? I'm going to say they need it because once a Specs moves in to the mom and pop liquor store, it's over. It's absolutely over with. So you got to be mindful of your client. But now I want you to see something, and this is very near and dear to my heart. I want to share this real life example with you. It sent my blood pressure through the roof. Through the absolute roof. This is a real case study, guys, and this is what happened. Local hamburger restaurant hires you to help them open their newest lease location. They are not a chain restaurant like a Wendy's or a McDonald's. During lease negotiations for an inline space at a neighborhood center, they request exclusivity. No other burger joints allowed at the center. That sounds reasonable so far, right? But the landlord comes back and says, I'm gonna not necessarily give you exclusivity. What I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna allow tenancy by any restaurant with the menu comprised of more than 40% hamburgers. Do we go for that or not? Is this in the best interest of your client? How do you respond? Grant, tell me why we got a double thumbs down, my friend.
I mean, even McDonald's, the drinks, the French fries, the kids' meals, there's so many other things that are not just burgers. They get to 40% easy.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One of the things that we had to do, very simply, it says no more than 40% of the menu can be hamburgers. And this is so stupid, but it's real. You literally, in your chair, Raquel, where you're sitting, Ruth, Greg, Sandy, Gerald, as you lean back and you mentally look at the menu board like you are in the actual burger joint, Chris, and you look up and you realize they got 6 hamburgers in the whole joint. After that, if you go to Wendy's, it's Frosties and chili and you know what I'm saying, chicken sandwiches, it's salads. And to Grant's point, if it's McDonald's, we're selling the McRib. It's Lent season, so the fish fillet is on sale. I'm just saying, now we got non-meat burgers. They don't even put meat on the burger anymore. We're selling everything but burgers. So when they ran that past me for real, I lost all of my smooth in negotiations. Matthew, I know we're not supposed to do that, but I'm letting you know now. I did. I lost my smooth. So let me put this back up on the screen because this company wasn't done with me yet. They come back and they say, okay, Miss Guillory, we got it. Please don't hurt them, Hammer. And so they say, how about we don't let anybody in as long as 40% of gross sales is not generated from hamburgers. Now, Matthew, thank you. That was it. Find another, let's move somewhere. You people have got me confused with an idiot. After everything we just listed on the menu, but people don't even go to Whataburger for the burger. They go for the breakfast taquito. Half the people have never seen a McDonald's at lunch because they're in there getting the flapjacks and in the what is the thing on the egg McMuffin? They've never seen McDonald's for lunch. They're selling everything but burgers. And now you want to come at me with 40% gross sales generated from hamburgers? To Grant's original point, this doesn't work. So with this case study that happened for real, no, this was not in my client's best interest. It gave these other people room to let in McDonald's and anyone else they wanted to. So why did they want to push so hard? And I'm speeding you up to get you to a break. One, they were probably already in negotiations with another restaurant that sold burgers because I couldn't figure out what the push was all about. The other reason might have been because they were at a huge neighborhood center, which is one of those places that has like 4 or 5 anchor tenants. And they had lots and lots and lots of parking lot space unused, which means I got plenty of room to put restaurants out front in the lot. Those might have been motivating factors as to why we were being pushed so hard behind that 40% number. This is what we kind of have to deal with in the business. Landlords have their motivations, tenants have theirs. I can't see either party was wrong, but you must consider what each party is doing. How are we doing on questions, guys? Victoria's Secret closing all their stores though. Oh my gosh, Raymond. Sorry. How are we doing on questions, thoughts, observations? Anybody else experience anything out there that's worth sharing with everyone else in the room? I think Grant laid the smack down and called it a day. Is that what it was, Grant? It looks like it. So guys, and Candace, you look like the cat that swallowed the canary. Are you sitting on a good secret or you just laughing? What, nothing you went through? And then where is it Carolyn? Where's my buddy there? Looking to see just, okay, Carolyn Hatley. Now I know you've seen some things out there in the world, but if you've seen as well, No exclusivity fights. All right. Well, let me just let you all know that we're at a point where, and if you know me, I am giving you your break as well as your lunch. So you're getting an hour and 10 minutes. Believe it or not, we're there. Taryn, looks like you had a quick question before we do it. No? He said, I'm not going to be the one holding up the room. So we're officially, guys, on break. I'll see you back here promptly at 1 o'clock. Oh, are you still in it? My apologies. No, I'm on break from class. That's why I was calling you now. I'll let you wrap up. Buzz.
He can't detect it.
Is anyone trying to reach me? I heard voices. Was someone trying to reach Mish? Okay, maybe not. All right.
I did go ahead and mute everyone just in case though.
I hit that too, yeah. That echo is like, heck, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Let's see. We are back in about 5 minutes. Everybody grab your coffee, your snacks, or whatever else you need. We'll see y'all back here in about 5 minutes. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Get ready to come on back. Guinness, I cannot help you, honey. Can you get it? Can All right, I think we are back. Let me kill my virtual background. And stop share. All right, how's everybody doing after lunch? Is everyone still awake? Hi, Greg. Hopefully everyone's still awake and we don't lose anybody after lunch. Again, cameras were produced. This girl was photographed. Good luck with whatever goes on with her image because that sucker is out there. Sharon Yeary, again, I have to give some thanks for letting me know that all the pages, I believe, are approximately 4 page numbers behind in my presentation. And just so that you guys know, I'm building these PowerPoint slides, but then I also submit corrections, and every time those corrections to your books get turned in, it does change the page numbers. And so that means I have to keep changing my PowerPoints, and I will do so. So just want to let you know, thank you for your patience. And I think everything is jumped up by 4 numbers. Let everybody else kind of get back to their desk there. Taryn, we're just going to get you and Matthew all signed up to teach it. Get y'all in here and let y'all just teach this sucker. And we could use some instructors for this particular course too. I'm just curious, is anybody interested in being an instructor? Sharon is also. Sharon, you already are. Aren't you already an instructor? Yeah. Just a little bit. Okay. I mean, it's not a bad thing to do. I know that through the quarantine, we all stayed relatively busy in real estate, but education was one aspect that certainly didn't slow down. Everybody figured, let me get my credits in. So we did pretty good too, right? It's going to be a massive slowdown. My heart's going to break. I'm like, oh, where'd the income go? Everybody done got all signed up for all their CE and they don't need us anymore. But let's see, Benjamin, you were an instructor. No more? Where's Benjamin? You know?
I just got too busy.
Yeah, it's either got to be one or the other.
Got married, had a daughter, and yeah.
Yeah, I can see how that would happen. I can see it. Okay, guys, so let me get the tacos off the screen and put real curriculum back up on the screen. And for those of you who don't know, and I see somebody in there privately who hit me up for sure. For those of you who don't know, I have to look at 4 monitors to keep up with the full class. And so forgive me if I always appear to be looking in some random direction instead of directly to camera. And that's because my PowerPoint is over there. The chat and the actual participant list are over here. And my advanced slide, so I know what's coming next, is over here. My clock is also to my right. And there's one more screen down there that lets me see what you see in case I forget to put something back up on the screen. So when we teach, if for anybody that wants to do this, you will need to get yourself a little equipment. But forgive me for not always looking at you guys because I've got to take over mission control here. So I got about 4 monitors I'm checking out. Never mind the cell phone. So with all that said, I think it's time for us to get back into property management and leasing. Does anybody have any questions, observations, stuff we hadn't really hit? Because we are just kind of generally moving through material. We're not digging as deeply as we could. See, Grant, you going in for an observation? No?
For a what?
Oh, I thought you had an observation, something to add about leasing. Anybody have any advice or anything? Because we're moving through things quickly.
Hey, Mish, I have a question. In the chat, it shows their Texas Realtors is going to change the dates. Does that mean that all of us who are registered through MetroTex for the 15th, 16th, and 21st and 22nd will be moved to December 3rd, 4th, 7, and 8?
You know, I would like to say yes, but I don't know if that's an automatic function. So I tell you what, I'm going to, well, y'all know me. At the end of class, I have a slide that has all of my emails. You already have, as a matter of fact, I can put it in the chat. If you all would like to call me just to find out if that's going to be automatic or if you need to say something, I'll find out when we pick that conversation up later this afternoon. Let me just put my number in the chat. I'll get you an answer. There you go. So just call me direct if you've already registered for those 4 days. It was a bit of a contracting and faux pas on error on our side. I say us because we're responsible for getting you all correct information and we didn't do it. So again, it's going to be the 3rd and the 4th and the 7th and the 8th in December. Now, there's something else. Well, let me double check. Let me go back. Any additions, questions, stuff you want to just add to the conversation? Sandy, Ruth, anything? No? Sandy's like, I'm just here for it. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Oh, that's wonderful. Arbor, it looks like your proctor is saying that you can now add the class with the date changes. Wonderful. Okay, and then feel free to call if you need anything else in general. So back to presentation. Again, this is general information. It's not as deep a dive as it could be, but bear in mind, you're in a certification class, not a designation class. And there are other classes available through Texas Realtors that dig deep into different aspects of commercial. There's at least 30 to 40 different commercial classes. I'm not even sure y'all knew that. Almost 30 different classes. They just don't, they're not put out there as often as they could be. And I think that's going to change thanks to you guys. So let's get on with security access cards. I don't know why we have pulled out cards in particular when security and access in general is important. Just like we talked about the Hurricane Ike, and how do you lock her down? But this can also be a revenue source, a very small one, but a revenue source nonetheless for landlords. If there are full floor tenants like Baker Hughes, then this is a massive little addition to some money for us. We had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people paying for key cards, but these are the way you get into some of the buildings. Do I have a hard key? Do I have a card, or am I using a fob to get in? This might be the kind of thing that you pay for. This might be the kind of thing you need to return at the end of a lease. So make sure you're aware of that when you're working with your clients. Chandra, I apologize. I missed what you said. You wanted to know where those classes are located. I'm going to have to see if that list is public to you. I'll find out. If not, call me and I'll tell you myself.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See, I got 4 monitors to look at. So again, forgive me for sometimes not catching what you all have written. And the next TACS class that I'm going to be teaching is in January, you guys. I'll get you the date when we come back from break. But parking and storage, now this is a really, really big deal. Parking is not just, we got 600 spaces out here, knock yourself out. Parking is a big deal. And even your book, I think, brushes up on it. We hit it, I believe, in section 1, but there's more to know about this. Parking ratios become a very big deal to some tenants. Landlords also need to know their parking ratios. For every 1,000 square feet of leasable area, we have this many spaces available. Some tenant is going to call and ask that question. So if you're repping a landlord, it's key that you know the answer, because either you're going to win a tenant or lose a tenant based on how much you have. And let me just tell you something, and this is firsthand, and I'm looking for Matthew and Taryn to kind of, and even Carolyn to jump in on this one. But a lot of these lenders will send someone to inspect the concrete in the parking lot. So will the insurance carriers, because they want to see if we even kept the parking lot free of potholes and trip hazards. Have you all ever noticed this? It's no joke. And so even something as seemingly harmless as a parking lot becomes a very big deal. And we need to, Matthew, it looks like you got something to add here. Come on in. When Matthew sits up, I know he's got something good to say. Come on, Matthew. But it's a factor for us. And so even when someone like Matthew was working with a client to acquire a property, it wasn't just the building. It wasn't just the rents collected. It's going to be all of those other things as well. What's going to cost them money? What's going to be a point of liability? And a janky parking lot is part of that consideration. Yeah, it comes up, guys. So when you're looking at parking, don't just, oh, there's a place to park. And again, don't forget, am I in front of handicap? Because that's not going to be moved. It is where it is, and that's it. But you need to be clear. Let me back up. Let me just, Gwendolyn, I'm going to do this for Gwendolyn. Let me just back up. We're going to be a little sneaky with you. And I just hate to say this, y'all, but we get sneaky, Veronica. It just happens this way, Melanie. What happens is you put in a lease that I want 6 parking spaces. And I say, okay, And if you'll read the language of the lease, you have 6 parking spaces. Of the 6,000 out there, knock yourself out. You can park in any of the 6,000 you'd like to. If you need specific parking, you must clarify on a site plan which 6 you want and get written permission that says these 6 are for me only, and you still need permission to put signage in front saying so. These are not automatic functions. Many landlords are not fans of people cutting into their sidewalks, putting up tacky signs. They're going to want to be involved in that process. So if you want specific parking, you must say so. If you want reserved parking in the back for your employees, perhaps, say something. And just because I ran into it recently, find out if there's any parking available. Down here in Houston, in Midtown, beautiful complex was put up. We looked around, the thing is landlocked, and I'm like, wait a minute. If all the customers take up this, where am I supposed to park? Landlord rep looks me square in my eye and says, oh, about 2 blocks that way is a parking garage. At 50 years old, do I look like I'm parking anywhere that far away from where I'm going? No. And my employees might not want to work for me knowing they've got to walk 2 blocks in the sun or the rain or the cold before they can even get to the job. That will also count when it's time to go to lunch, etc. So parking is a major deal. People glaze over it. Try not to miss it when you're looking through leases. Matthew and Carolyn and Taryn, I'm leaning on my room experts one more time. I forgot to mention something. It's about commission. Veronica, Amy, Gerald, Sandy, go to the back of a lease, not the one written by Texas Realtors, but one that might be written by a landlord's attorney. Particularly if this thing is more than 20 pages long. If we're into these 50, 60, 80 page numbers, I want you to go towards the back of the lease, maybe the last 6 to 8 pages. And you're looking for a paragraph called representation, might be called brokers. And that paragraph, look at Matthew, he's already nodding. He already knows where I'm going with this one. That paragraph typically will say, the only broker that is a party to this transaction is. That's it. That assumes intermediary for your client, and you don't have a party to this. You're not a part of this thing. And I've had to ask landlords, please remove it or clarify that the only brokerage that is a party representing your side of this transaction, but the only person representing anybody, because the way they're written, it looks like it says it representing anyone in this transaction is just the one brokerage. Many of these contracts do not give notice of intermediary properly. They should, but they don't. And so you must be cautious because you all are realtors. Realtors are hyper trained in intermediary, which means you know how to give it and you must. But get in the back of the lease, look for the brokerage or representations paragraph and see if it's written in a way that says the only broker representing any party to this transaction is the one brokerage. If you agree to that, then you've just pushed yourself out of the deal. May not be something anybody intended to do to you, but it does happen. Just thought I'd share it. Forgot to mention it earlier. Okay, checking chat. There we go. Signage. Everybody take a look at the signs and tell me what you're reading. Particularly the first one. Who caught the mistake in the sign? This one. You caught it, Chandra? Everybody catch it? I had to read that sucker 3 times. I must be slow boogie. Someone open up a mic and tell everybody else who's still reading what they meant. Did everybody catch it? It says, what I if told you, not what if I told you. And I see some ahas in there. This is what it's like to read a commercial lease. This is what it's like to read a commercial lease. You're going to think you know what you saw, And if you don't, ask your client to secure an attorney. It's okay to do so. And then this is just silly. I thought it was fun, but it is kind of silly, and it was true. Due to the quarantine, I'll only be doing inside jokes inside. Okay, thank you, Miguel, for smiling. At least I got a giggle on the second one. Jeez, y'all are a tough crowd. But this is really literally what it is like to have to read a lease. In my experience, and I'm looking for anybody to really comment on this, many people who are new to the business, and I see Sandy's got a question, they get exasperated with how long these leases are, and they finish reading them somewhere around page 6 or 8 when the numbers stop. After they've calculated rents, triple nets, CAM reconciliations, just a few of the nuances that come with numbers, they stop reading. Don't ever do that. Sandy, what is your question?
I wanted to know how, as a realtor, we navigate that fine line of negotiating their own proprietary lease agreements, purchase agreements, without broaching the practice of law.
Oh, I just love a good segue, Sandy. Love a good segue. There is a class that Texas Realtors offers called How Not to Accidentally Practice Law in Commercial Real Estate. The short version is this: you are not allowed to draft any legal language, period. Chapter 537.11b says so. You can't write any of those paragraphs. Even if you're dealing with paragraphs from someone else's document, a lawyer must be secured. The other thing you need to know is you may never recommend the attorney. You by law, by TREC rule, may never recommend the attorney. So when they say, well, who can I call? The best you can do is send them to the Texas Bar Association. And on that website, there is a find a lawyer feature with a drop down menu, and they can find an attorney based on specialization. They need an oil and gas attorney because we're talking mineral rights and whatnot. They can find one of those. So when it comes to, I don't like this clause, we need this changed, the most you can do is tell a landlord, this is what we need to see in the terms. They have to rewrite it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. You can't draft legal language. If you're ever wondering, are you about to cross that line, call Texas Realtors Legal Hotline and they will help you stay out of that. But anything that you would like changed or rewritten, one of the simple things to do is have your client write it and send it to you via email. You may take what they wrote and literally place it into a Texas Realtors contract verbatim. You're allowed to do that. They want to change something in there, you can. TREC rule 537.11d even lets you strike through things in the Texas Realtors contract. I don't know if you know that, but you can. 537.11d lets you actually strike through at the direction of your client, and it must come in writing. And again, I got a whole class on that, but there are ways for those contracts to be altered. You just have to not be the one writing the language. That's the big one. Good question, though. Was that more than you needed or just what you needed? Was that good?
Perfect. That was good.
Awesome. Okay. Anybody else? I don't want to leave anyone behind. Let's get back to it.
You mentioned you can't suggest an attorney. Like I have a mineral rights attorney. That's what she specializes in. So I can't say this is someone that deals with mineral rights.
In this open setting, sure, but you may not recommend one directly to your client.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's if you're in transaction, you may not recommend an attorney. But right now we're in an open forum. If you got someone you love, knock your socks off and put that right there in the chat.
Can you do the thing of where you give someone a list of 3 or more, or is that
no.
Nothing. All right, that's cool. One less thing to do.
Right? No, and literally it is written into the TREC rules that we cannot make certain recommendations, but lawyer recommendations specifically come under that heading of accidentally practicing law, or what they call UPL, the unauthorized practice of law. and we are not allowed to get in the recommending game for attorneys. So you just send them to the bar association, let them knock their socks off, or have them, chat with their friends or something, but it can't be you. Good question though. Okay, back up on the screen. There we go. No more inside jokes, I promise. Signage, take a look at this. Especially this one. For those of you who have kids. Oh my God. And then of course, this last one, mental note. Actual notes work better. Do not do the mental note thing in commercial real estate. Write it all down. Get used to looking, Carolyn. Carolyn, that was funny. But there you go, write things down. So there's some other stuff that we could cover that we just don't get to cover. And so here are a few of those things down here in blue. So you've got things like pylon signage, box signs versus channel letters, banner signs, particularly in Houston, reserved customer parking, we glanced over just a moment ago, rights of refusal we covered, but I want to get back to signage. So has anyone ever, oh good, wow, you put it all in there, Chandra, got it. Y'all, her attorney information is in the chat, so be sure to copy and paste that if you want it. It'll disappear after class. But with regard to signage, does anybody have any cautionary tales? Because signage is a very overlooked part of the lease.
I do actually.
Please share, Melanie.
So when I was working on my store, not only did Missouri City have to approve the sign, the landlord had to approve the sign, and the HOA had to approve the sign. And so that was something that I did this before I was in real estate. So I did not get an agent and was doing it on my own. So I've learned a lot since then. So they all three had to approve it. If you're not a big franchise, you cannot use a logo. At least I couldn't. So didn't realize that. So I had a nice pretty logo and stuff. Couldn't use that. And this might be a Sienna thing. I was not able to use a tagline unless it was part of my DBA. So I had to change my DBA to put my tagline on. And it's a CBD store. And if you don't have CBD anyplace else, you don't really know what kind of store it is. So Sienna's very strict. Like I can't do sidewalk signs. Now I'm fighting that during obviously COVID because we need to drive traffic, though they don't like the leaf. So I'm getting back on the actual sign. And they don't want like the little A-frame signs like out in front of the building. I got scolded, and so did like my partner down the street who has a gym. So the HOAs, like in a lot of these, obviously little strip centers are popping up in subdivisions. The HOAs will have a say in your signage. So just that would be a beware.
Absolutely. That was good stuff. I hadn't heard about the DBA needing to be the thing that drove what you're allowed to put in your sign.
Yeah, it was, and then I was going to use Sienna. Sienna approved the sign that I used the word Sienna, but then when they realized I was going to use Sienna and CBD together, I couldn't do that. So I think I changed my DBA 3 times, but.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, that's a good cautionary tale. And when it comes to being in a retail setting with the pylon sign, that being the large, tall sign that's got all of the tenants listed on it. Other things that you all may need to consider is requesting or having right of first refusal on a certain space. So if someone way up at the top moves out, you want dibs on that particular spot on the sign. If somebody else may already have it, but maybe you get position 2 or 3. But if you're the tenant down at the bottom, you might want to consider, oh, I need space up at the top, Santosh, you know what I'm saying? Santosh, join us in class, my friend. But you need to ask these questions. Also, box signs versus channel letters. Some landlords are very particular about the signage thing. Box signs, we're not fans of here in Houston. Many landlords don't like them. That is one piece of plastic, but all of your letters in it, just one large piece of plastic mounted up on the wall. We don't like that. We tend to have tenants go for channel letters. That's one nice letter at a time, lined up nicely. logo and all on the building. And then when you get into areas, again, like Sienna and the Woodlands here in Houston, whoo, has anybody ever been to the Woodlands? Okay, the trees win, my friends, that's it. The trees win. I don't care if no one can see you because a bush has grown in front of it. Your sign is just gonna have to deal with the bush. It's not going to be cut, trimmed, moved, relocated, none of that. The trees win. So certain areas like Sienna, like Melanie is mentioning, you have got to definitely be mindful of signage for your clients. Houston, no more banner signs. We don't do that. You have to have special permission to get banners like coming soon, leasing, and even the large, y'all ever see those big gorilla things on top of buildings and the hot air balloons? You ever notice we don't see nearly as many of those now? Special permits, short term. They're generally just not even allowed. They don't like them. So lots. Okay, am I back? Okay. So the city of Houston has regulations even for those things. Awesome. All right, let me get back to the presentation for you, especially since my internet's cutting up. Holdover leases. This means you people went to month tenancy. We don't like that. We like a commitment. Put a ring on it. Sign up. We need you to stay. Matthew cannot run his figures if he doesn't know who's going to be in there. We need to be able to predict how much money we're making, so we don't like month to month, and you will be punished because we will increase what you're paying as much as 300%. I've seen it. So be sure your clients are signing regularly for their renewals. Escalation clauses. Okay, so these allow for periodic scheduled rent adjustments. And this is to protect the property owner from expense increases due to inflation. I want to show you a website that many of you have seen before. I'm going to just put this up now because it's easier for me to show you than to tell you. In my world, I tend to see rent increases that go up about 3% every year. There we go. And I'm going to show you a little calculator. It's called, the website is percentagecalculator.net. And I'm going to share the screen and show it to you. Let me just drop a few things I've got in my way. Stop share there. And I'm going to share my internet with you. Take a look at this. Awesome. All right. So the website again is percentagecalculator.net. And because it's free, it comes with all this crap on the page. But what you'll do is you'll scroll down to this right here where my mouse is kind of circling. What is the percentage increase or decrease between two numbers? It's a very simple tool. Personally, when I represent a tenant, I don't like to see an increase any higher than about 3% per year in the rent costs. Well, let me explain something to you. The older I get, the less I want to count. That's all there is to it. There's a reason the Lord put a calculator in my cell phone. That's to keep me from having to use my mind and exercise it. So here's what I do. Let's just say that rent is $2.17 a square foot this year. And it's going to go up to $2.83 next year. Many, many people new to the business would look at that and say, well, that's harmless. No, it ain't. That's a 30% jump. You'd be surprised how much a nickel or a dime will kill you. 217 to 283 is not innocuous. That is worth looking at. And so this shows you too much. So what you're going to do when you do get a proposed rent schedule is back that thing up. So do we go to 25 cents? Well, there we go. Now we're at 3.6% of an increase. And maybe just to make it even nicer, let's go back to about $2.22. Well, that's a little too low. And if we land somewhere around, I want to say, is it 223? We're getting closer. May have to land at 224 just to keep everybody happy. This little calculator will help you not let your client get taken advantage of. Again, 3% jumps in my market are about typical, but you do need to make sure that you have accounted for how high the increase is. If you're just going by what you see on dollars and cents, I wouldn't trust my gut. Again, it's percentagecalculator.net. And now to something complicated. Escalation clauses. We're going to CPI. Has anybody ever done a CPI escalation before? Taryn, was that a hand up? No? Okay. Anybody in the room done a CPI-based escalation? Carolyn, have you ever done one? Benjamin, you kind of did. When did you kind of do one? What was that for you?
Wow, it was all the way back in college 20 years ago. But yeah, that's about it.
You were a busy guy back in college. I don't know what you're doing these days, but back then, you're a pretty busy guy. Like, so here's what's going on with CPI. For those of you who are going to be working with government clients, even if it's Harris County, if it's any police substation, you're likely to get a lease with base rent and not triple net, but instead CPI-based expense reimbursements. And the fun thing is those expense reimbursements don't have a whole lot to do, to do with the actual expenses the landlord put money into. I'm going to run you through something that's rare in the business to see, but I will tell you this. If this is done wrong, it costs thousands of dollars. I was brought into a corporation and they handed me 2 books this thick each book and said, Mish, untangle this mess. It's 6 years old. They've been through 4 other property managers that could not get it untangled, and it still took me 8 months myself to get it untangled. But I managed to get back for the owner of a building almost $90,000 in arrears from Harris County. That is not easy. To prove your case to the tune of 90 grand from Harris County. Baker Hughes also owed us about 140,000. I got us back about 123,000. 120, yeah, Chris Parker's whole face, $123,000 because things were not calculated properly. If you're going to do property management, I need you to get familiar with this one. Gerald, I know this one's going to be a little extra, but I want you to be exposed to it. So Consumer Price Index, CPI, it's a common index used to determine annual rental rate increases or reimbursements. And this is based on the effects of inflation on our economy. So take a look at what this thing is going to do for us. It's a little weird. There we go. So when we're dealing with the GSA, they prefer to use these because the number is lower. Let me back up. The number that they're going to pay, the amount they're going to pay is going to be tremendously lower than what they would have been paying had they paid their share of actual money spent. And that is not what they're paying back to the landlord. So take a look at this. Let me put this header on the top of the page. There we go. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, when the cost of living declines, so does the money that goes to the landlord. So here we go. In some very general terms, if the operating expenses for any given year that a tenant is sitting in a building, if the operating expenses go up by 4%, but the government says the cost of living index shows a decline in the cost of living, see this right here? The landlord is out of luck. Now, let me just give this to you in English. We're going to look at the cost of living. If the cost of living goes up, you give the landlord a little money. If it went down, you're not giving them anything. That has nothing to do with money actually spent to mow the lawn, fix the roof, pay the security guy, pay the plumber. That's not what we're looking at. We are literally only looking at the CPI index. And now I'm going to confuse you further and show you how bad this can be. And feel free to take a picture because this is not going to be anywhere in your book, but you're going to need it. In an Excel spreadsheet that I had to build years ago, this Excel spreadsheet has outlived me by almost 15 years. The company still uses it. I ended up having to put a formula in here to run the CPI calculation so we knew how much operating expenses had to be paid monthly. The only thing we're going to start this set of formulas with was the base rent. After that, this is the base rent for the year. After that, every other figure was a CPI-based figure. And let me tell you something. Base rent, think about this is monthly base rent, $32,000 a month for rent. You already know that is a massively sized tenant, correct? Monthly rent was 32 grand for this particular tenant. It was a massive tenant. They're using a huge portion of the building, but look at this, got away with highway robbery. They're only paying $1 grand in expense reimbursements? Are you kidding me? You people have leased up 2, 3 full floors of property. My toilet tissue bill is $3 grand alone, but you only pay me back $1,000 in expense reimbursements? And this is why the GSA and some large tenants want a CPI-based expense reimbursement calculation. If you see it, do not sign for it without running the calculations first and knowing what you're getting into. The landlord I represented agreed to it because he saw a 15-year lease and said, love it. I'm stable for 15 years. No, you're not. You got rent coming in for 3 full floors with hundreds of people on these floors where it should, or I should say thousands of people on the floors where it should have only been hundreds. So now they're super users. They're using up every resource we got, running extra air conditioning, using up the bathroom a lot more often than a few hundred people. Now we got thousands flushing daily. It costs money to keep these particular tenants in place, but they're only giving me $1,000 a month. We lost, right, Chris? Exactly. Chris is giving me the people's eyebrow. I don't know how to do that when you let the one eyebrow go up, but at the end of the day, if you all should see CPI calculation in the expense reimbursement section of a lease, freeze. Get someone who knows how to calculate this. And I do believe I have the websites here. Let me put them back up so that you know where to go to pull these formulas down and get these charts ready to show your clients. They're not hard, they're just different. So let me show them to you. You're going to go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics website, and please take a picture of this. The first link is for the GSA's leasing policies. If you want to know what it's like to lease to some of these government clients, the leasing overview has got great information. And in blue, there is the link for the Bureau of Labor Statistics that'll get you some information on how to use CPI calculations to calculate expense reimbursements. I've seen people glaze over it and then get their butts handed to them later. Now, who did I leave behind on that? Because I really did have to glaze past it, but you can't be in a certification class and not have known about that. So who did I kind of rush through that a little too much? Is everyone okay, or do you have any questions? Because I don't mind backing up the train. Looks like everyone's okay. Gwendolyn, you all right? You good? Okay. All right, my friends. Subletting, let's get to this really briefly. See, y'all are giving me the after lunch faces when your heads suddenly weigh 3 pounds more than they did prior to lunch. I can see it already. The eyelids are drooping. I'm trying, y'all. Here we go. Subletting. These provisions allow the tenant to sublet all or a portion of your lease space to someone else. This does not relieve the tenant of its responsibilities in the master lease if they do choose to sublet and let someone else in there instead. Just make sure your clients are aware that if they do sublet, they need to read their original lease to make sure that they did it right. Keep themselves out of trouble. And sometimes the landlords want final say on who's coming in. They don't want other people in there. Cancellation clauses, woo! They are often requested by tenants that are under financial stress and can no longer afford to pay the rent. Of course, landlords don't want to offer cancellation clauses because the costs associated with early termination can be expensive. Okay, it's time for a real conversation that makes me even want to stop recording this class. It's time to get really, really real up in here. People have been leaving and abandoning their spaces through this quarantine because they're just not going to make it. And I get it. Understand that you're supposed to give notice to your landlord that you need to leave or you need to leave early. And you may work on something called a buyout clause. At that point, you and the landlord look at the value of what's left in your lease. How much money would I have made off of you? And then we may offer you the opportunity, well, if you can pay this much, I'll let you buy yourself out of your lease. I've seen landlords start as high as 80%. For that kind of money, you should have just stayed. But those clauses, those cancellation clauses, I'm telling you now, I haven't seen them. So I'm asking Carolyn, Taryn, Matthew, in your businesses, have you seen those clauses inserted into the leases?
Yes, I have.
You have seen them. Okay.
We actually just did one a couple of weeks ago.
That might be a quarantine thing. So, because the language is changing out here. I will give you that. And then Matthew, what about you? Have you seen those added? Yeah, see, I've not dealt with it because I'm in here teaching instead of working like I should be. But let me say this. If you all have friends and family, I'm not talking strangers out there because you don't need to get in trouble, who know that they're not going to make it and feel like I need to shut down, I'm gonna warn you now, be real careful about what you tell a person like me. Now I'm gonna follow the letter of the law in the lease. I will, but I have seen my colleagues get wind from a tenant, look, I'm struggling, I don't think I can stay. And by the next Monday morning, they've been locked out of their suite. And it's a shady thing to do. It is an improper thing to do, and it probably violates the default and cure clauses of the lease. But I have seen some landlords do this with the thinking, what are you going to do? You can't even afford to be here. You're not going to fight me on this lockout too. And that's the vicious part. Yes, Keaton.
I have a question. So so if somebody has a personal guarantee or guarantor on these leases, how does that work?
That means you put your money where your mouth is. That means when the LLC or general partnership or whatever it is goes bankrupt, belly up, and we're not working out anymore, you put your personal money on the line and said you would perform under the terms of this lease. It means you're going to be the one that pays. And it is quite common to have a guarantee on the lease.
If you put the guarantee on the lease, they can come after your house and everything else.
All of this, it's all, that's what I said, you put your money on the line, honey. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but as a landlord rep, I'm going to demand that you do. So while you may run credit.
At least you're a rep or a buyer rep, don't do it.
Let me tell you what we try to do when we're working with tenants is we try to run the credit for the company. So we'll look for a DUNS rating, DUNS, Duns and Bradstreet rating. Some people call them D&B. And we're looking for how you are perceived by the business community as a business. Are you paying your bills? Do you actually have, and I don't know who that is, do you actually have, what's the word? Business accounts. And we're looking to see how you are out there in society. If you don't have any of that established, then we start running personal credit. I'm looking at, let me make sure that's not someone I'm expecting. I don't know who that is. So we're looking at your personal credit, your eviction history. What is your credit score? Are you paying your bills? Because if it's you that is going to guarantee this lease, then I need to know that you can actually pay for it. That's the difference. So the personal guarantee, be careful. I'm running all of your business. My darling, please stop it. Thank you. That's my Chihuahua, wants to handle business at the door, but that is a commission check, so life is just fine. Personal guarantees, they put it out there for you. And let me tell you why we want them as landlords. Because when the business goes belly up or wants to stay in my building and go to bankruptcy court, Let me look at Matthew's face. I already know he's making a face and I'm missing it. Where's the face? There it is. See, when the businesses want to go to bankruptcy court, the rent gets to stop. And it may take months to get through bankruptcy court. In the meantime, that tenant may not be paying rent because everything, all bills being paid, pause during proceedings. Well, I don't have time for that. That's why I need the personal guarantee. You go work out your bankruptcy issues. I still need my rent coming in. And that's one of the reasons that we ask for that. We just can't handle the break. But your friends and your family, I'm telling you now, warn them. If they're going to be honest about it, be prepared. I've seen landlords do things they weren't supposed to, including locking folks out immediately. Just wanted to share that. I think it's pretty sad when it happens. I really think it's sad when it happens. Okay. Couple other things, cancellations, buyout clauses. We just covered that, so no need to look at that again. And let me see. I was going to put you in a Zoom room. We'll save that for when we come back because instead, we're going to be looking here. This is a little bit more important. We'll go back to the Zoom room later. Utility costs that are specific to a tenant. Let me just ask Joe or anybody else who might want to answer, Nikwe or Chandra. Don, check this out. Your client has a tax business. They're just CPAs. They just run taxes. There's nothing massive going on. But it's in the shopping center where there's also a laundromat. What's the problem in being in this center? There's a potential problem. What is it?
Make sure your water meters are separate.
Absolutely. Now, every tenant may not get a separate meter, but to Chandra's point, minimally, the laundromat, the major user of that utility, needs to be sub-metered. They need a meter of their own because I have 2 people in one office all day. We flush 3 times at best. I'm not using any water, but I got a bill that looks like I'm in there flushing for dear life. That's wrong. You need to make sure major users of any utility are not sharing their bills with your clients. Some people forget to ask and then end up with triple net bills through the roof. They shouldn't, but sometimes they do. Also, and anyone who knows how to explain what a server farm is? Anybody know what a server farm is? Someone explain server farms. I feel like I'm not going to say that properly.
I do.
Go for it.
Just imagine your web services that everybody goes to. Let's just say Amazon.com. It's a major site. And how do you get those services and the websites running? They're based off of servers. One server can provide a limited number of support and information to users. And if Amazon's so big, there's literally millions of people logging on all the time. So they need a server farm, which holds that literally thousands of servers to support what their business needs are. So that's what a server farm. Just imagine it's just big data center that holds lots of computers.
I like that, big data center. I envision something from the Matrix when I think about them. I actually have seen a server farm. You can Google it if you'd like to see one. But Houston is home to a few server farms stored in some of these office buildings that are massive users of electricity. And when I went to go put a tenant in this Class A building, the landlord made sure that we knew that that floor where that server farm was located had its own meter so that no other tenant in the building shared that massive electricity bill. It's the kind of thing you'll never see, but you need to know. So you need to ask, are there any major users of utilities on this property? And are they metered separately? It's just the kind of thing you want to keep in mind. AC use is high. Ooh, Justin, do you remember our conversation about air conditioning and after hours HVAC? You want to share it if you remember it?
Was that the one you were saying that it was like, it was running and then they had an issue where they had to completely replace it because it was like leaking or something like that? And it was causing like Is that the one you were talking about?
Not quite. After hours HVAC, this is when people are in an office building and they want to use air conditioning after 6 o'clock because we've turned it off. That's a money center for some landlords. I don't know if you all know that, but running air conditioning after hours is a money center. And there's Matthew with that nod again. I love it when I get the head nod from Matthew. Listen, I'm going to show you all in some very general terms, and you can do this yourself with your calculators. But I had a tenant who, if you want to punch into your calculator, she paid $65 an hour for overtime air conditioning. And that's not a scary number. She's a doctor. She worked with troubled children. And so she ran the air conditioning every day for 3 hours a day. So if you multiply 65 times 3, you would get this number, $195 a day. And that's not a scary number just on its face, $195. She'll roll that into the billing that goes back to Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP. But she did this 5 days a week. And so every week she paid an additional $975. See, now Matthew's already salivating. I'm already looking at the man's face. But we've got 4 weeks in a typical month. I know some of you are going to argue about 5, but we don't have time for that. And in a month, this is how much money this woman is paying. Look at Matthew's face. Look at Matthew. I love it. So that's a month. Now, we could play this game of how many weeks we're operating, but let's just round up and multiply that monthly number by 12 months in the year. And in addition to whatever she paid in rent, she paid this much for some air to blow. Unreal. Now, Matthew and I are going, and the rest of you are going, oh my God. I see heads nodding sideways, but this was a massive generator of income for the landlord. So when air conditioning runs after hours, one of the things you need to know is how much you should be charging. But if you don't know any better, $65 an hour might be the rate you end up charging. A secret for me to you is this, and Matthew's going to hate me on this one. Guys, if you rep the landlord, you want to be in 50-60 land. You represent the tenant 15, 20, maybe 25 tops. But you really want to get sneaky. You go to the floor in this office building, because this is an office building thing. You go to the floor in the office building where your client wants to rent space, and you find out if any other tenant on that floor is already running air after hours. Are they already running a business that needs air conditioning late? Because the secret, Matthew, you want to let them know what the secret is? We're already running it on the floor. We don't zone out air conditioning in office buildings for the most part by suite. We run it for the floor. So if someone else is already paying for it, then everyone on the floor benefits. So if you want to be sneaky, you go find out is someone else already running the air, and you can eliminate the bill altogether. Don't tell anybody I told you. And with all that said, let me go back and make sure we have covered everything we needed to cover. Simpler concepts. Trash. Very quickly, we need to hit this trash thing. Just make sure that it is emptied regularly. That's all I have to say about this. The landlord will put a few out there. If your client is throwing away more than the typical tenant, then I'm going to ask you to get your own dumpster service. I'm only going to put a few of them out there of a certain size to be collected on certain days. You have a client that is a restaurant that needs more pickup, then you may need to have your own. Additionally, placement of the dumpster is key. Some tenants, like my dentist tenant, Nikwe, do you recall the dentist next to the pizza place example? Let me just tell y'all very briefly, dentist offices have clients who are lying down on their backs with their mouths open, and someone's either sticking a needle in it or drilling in it. Now, a fly has flown into your mouth, and your first reaction is to do what? Shut your mouth. But you can't, because there's a drill in there. That is the worst position for a client to be in. But this was a dentist tenant of mine's dilemma. All I did was move the dumpster to another location, told the tenant that was the restaurant. Why? because we couldn't maintain hygienic circumstances for our dentist client. And so with everyone's blessing, we relocated the dumpsters to keep folks happy. I know that this is extra, extra, extra that is not in your book, but when you're on either side of the table, you have to think about it all, guys. I don't want to lose anybody as a tenant behind a dumpster. That can't be the reason why I lost a tenant. So you have to be ready to accommodate all kinds of weirdness in the world. Anybody else have any other weirdnesses to share? Because if you don't, this is one teeny tiny pop quiz question that I really do not expect an answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and then we take a break. The question says, if a tenant in a retail shopping center sees a charge for a replacement air conditioning system in their CAM reconciliation bill, and they weren't the tenant that got the replaced HVAC, then what does this mean? This means something. I'm looking at my 3 skilled people. Let me go ahead and let y'all, Carolyn, have you run into this before? Okay, then this is the property manager and me coming out. Remember where we started? 2 pools of money, base rent, what I use to run the property. One of the things I will not be doing is replacing other people's air conditioning units in a retail center. That belongs to the tenant. So why would that show up in the CAM bill, reimbursement for this stuff, if I replace somebody else's air conditioning? It should never be in a CAM bill. In a retail center, I might have replaced Victoria's Secret's air conditioning because I want to keep them, but I should not bill that back to all tenants. So when you do get your bill from me and you get to see exactly what I billed you back for, if you see air conditioning in a retail environment, something is wrong. You should never see HVAC in a CAM bill. Who did I lose on that one? Because some of you have some experience and some of you have 0. Is everyone okay on that? Go for it, Niquay. How can I help you, my friend?
I think you lost me like the whole thing.
Okay, I'm gonna make it simple.
Okay.
Simple. When landlords ask for money from tenants, base rent expenses, that's it. When we're in a retail setting, like your HEB and the smaller stores off to the side, your smaller stores off to the side are responsible for replacing their own air conditioning. That's not something the landlord maintains. So when the landlord sends you your maintenance bill, but you see air conditioning in there, well, wait a minute, you don't maintain air conditioning. So why are you billing me back like you do? And that's wrong. It should never have shown up in the bill, but it happens often. People pay it and don't pay attention to it. So in a retail environment, you're not supposed to see air conditioning because that is every tenant's individual responsibility to take care of. And if a landlord did go ahead and replace someone's air conditioning, well, that's on the landlord, but that's not for everyone else to take a part of. And that's it.
What if it's in the common area?
If it's common area, that's something different. But in a retail setting, we won't be air conditioning any common area just for retail. Unless it's not, if it's a mall, that's a different billing system. We're going to definitely charge you for electricity. But when we're talking HVAC replacement, literally replacing the unit, that was done specifically in a retail setting for one tenant. All tenants don't pay to replace somebody else's unit. It's an interesting one to untangle, but a good question, Cheyenne.
But in let's say on an office building or a mall, like you just mentioned, they decide to replace the whole AC system.
Now,
what happens?
Those are in common areas. That's not something the tenant is responsible for directly. That's something I run for everybody. It's common area maintenance. I will be billing you for air conditioning and replacement, but that's for everybody. In a retail setting, each tenant is responsible for their own unit. And so when you see in your bill in a retail setting that you're paying for air conditioning, why? that why are you making me pay for someone else's system? And again, don't confuse. In a retail setting, you have your own suite. In a mall or an office building, we're all inside the one building. I run that, not individual tenants.
Well, I've seen that come up also outside of just an HVAC of just, if you're not familiar, to make sure that your tenant's not paying sometimes for major capital improvements, especially when someone new comes in and buys a retail center and they want to get the tenants in there. And then all of a sudden the tenant's paying for the paint and the new parking lot and the new roof and all that. So not
hitting capital improvements when we come back, y'all. You about to open up a whole new can of worms. Sandy, that's okay, my friend. Y'all go ahead and go on break. It is time. We'll see you in about 10 minutes after the hour. Can you believe the day is almost done? Almost done. Nobody's asleep yet. Hey, my honey, who was at the door again? Let's go see. Benjamin, are you still near the computer? Benjamin?
Hey, I'm here.
There you go. I'm going to find out. This is why I put my cell phone number in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Did you get the number down?
I did. I was actually trying to call MetroText right now.
Oh, okay, because I was going to find out if that's going to be an automatic function. I think it really depends on the board that you
Okay.
set up with, if they'll do it for you.
Okay.
Okay, so you're on the right track then. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. All right. All right, guys, we're almost done for the day, my friends. We're almost done. Get ready to come on back from break. Get ready to come on back. We're almost there. Come on, Grant. We're going to do it.
Yes, we can.
There we go. Hey, Sandy, how you doing over there? That's good. All right, let me open up video. I want to do something for you guys. All right, so we are back in session, and I'm going to beg forgiveness for the black belts in the room. I want to do something special for the white, green, and yellow belts in the room. There's something that I think we need to give them so that they have a better understanding for the next couple of hours as we keep moving forward. And I feel like they kind of need this background, so forgive me for this. This will only take about maybe 3 minutes, but I feel like they need the benefit of some basic information here. So let me go ahead and share this on screen. See if I can get it. All right, now where did it go? It's running. I just need to figure out where it's running. You ever have just too much going? All right, and then we have the other presentation. Let's run it. Awesome, there we go. All right, for my freshmen in the room, let me give you guys this background information. This may help you out. And again, to my black belts, my brown belts in the room, I'm gonna beg your forgiveness. As a matter of fact, if you need to extend your break, you can, because I feel like I need to show this to the beginners in the room. I think we're being a little unfair, but that's the way the curriculum was written. All day, I keep referencing these pools of money, and I even keep putting my fists in certain locations on the screen because it references this right here. And when I talk to people about how landlords view money when it comes to just us tenants, it's real simple. They're looking at one pile of money, and this pile of money is their income. In general, it's basically the base rent that's going to be paid for the space that we're leasing out. The other pool of money that landlords are considering when they're looking at us is their expenses. This is money that goes out the window, not the money coming in, but the money going out. And those are the funds the landlord is going to use to pay contractors and vendors. These are our electricians, our landscapers, roofers, plumbers, you name it. This expense pool and this income pool are funded by your tenant clients. As a matter of fact, the tenant is going to be paying for both pools of money depending on the lease we have. And right here, down here at the bottom, it says how the tenant is charged for these two pools of money. That determines the kind of lease they get. This is the simplest way I can put this. So more on the landlord's view. That pool of money, this one technically is the expense pool of money. I want you to keep a few things in mind. When you say the word rent to me or Carolyn or Taryn or Matthew, rent is not a flat one size fits all word. It comes with some other things. And that second pool of money that was in the upper right-hand corner, that second pool of money might be called, take a look here in yellow, additional rent. So you'll have rent, and that'll be your base rent, but then you'll have additional rent. So that's what we're calling the second pool of money. But you might also see additional rents referenced as expense reimbursements. I'm circling the phrase now. And when you look at Texas Realtor contracts, there is a form 2103 for expense reimbursements. That is that second pool of money. And how we give that money back, right here in yellow, the recovery of that money that the landlord used to maintain the property, again, dictates the type of lease you get. Now, we're not going to sit here and go over all these little basic, lease types. We covered it earlier, but let me say this to you. In an office building and in a mall, we stop that right here. a landlord is going to pay for a lot of the maintenance, bathrooms, the upkeep, air conditioning, well, I shouldn't say air conditioning, electricity, etc. When we get to the tenant who is in a retail setting, I'm the landlord, honey. I gave you a building. You need to run all of that yourself. You need to do your repairs. You're the one using it, not me. And so the list of repairs and what the landlord will and won't be doing shifts a little bit. Office buildings and malls, I take care of a lot of it. Retail center, like your Randall's and Kroger centers, tenants. And so when I went back and said, why would you flip out if you saw air conditioning for a retail tenant? It's because in the retail world, much of the repair responsibility is on the back of the individual tenant. Now we'll even show this to you and put the slide right back up. And forgive me again for my black belts and brown belts in the room. Just want to get this off the table so that everyone is on the same page. Let me scroll down. The list of stuff. Here we go. In a retail setting, this is a very, very oversimplified short list of the stuff that the landlord fixes versus what the tenant fixes. Please notice how short the landlord list is and how much more extensive the tenant list is. This is part of the Commercial Leasing 101 class. So if any of you feels like you need to back this train up and get some more basic information where we start breaking this stuff down a little bit more, that's the class for you. Just ask your proctor to get it up, get it signed up for the year, and we'll come in there and teach it to you. The list for office building repairs, it's a little bit more judicious. In this case, the landlord is taking care of bathrooms, electrical, lighting, HVAC. That's the landlord thing. And the tenants mainly will take care of things that are specific to their businesses inside their suite. Back to the dentist. I'm not fixing your spit sink if it won't drain properly. You're a dentist. It's your spit sink. Work that out. That's nasty anyway. I don't want to fool with a spit sink. Anyway, but that is specific to your business. So in an office building, the list changes. Landlords take on a whole bunch more in an office building. HVAC is in the tenant list of responsibilities. Let me back up one more time. Take a look in a retail setting. HVAC typically is on the tenant side of the list. So if a tenant is responsible for HVAC in a retail setting, but I'm sending you a common area maintenance bill, well, then why are you sending me a bill that's supposed to be for everybody, but you replaced air conditioning for one? And that's why you shouldn't see that there. Now, mind you, there's lots more to show you, but at this point, I'm giving the class away for free, so I must stop. Hey, Gerald, was that a hand up, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, actually, quickly, let's say if you're working with someone that, I don't know, he wants to invest $1 million. Why would someone choose to buy 4 homes and rent them out instead of buying a small standalone building where there are 4 retail spaces and rent those out? Because I see like the expenses are paid by the tenant, and in residential, the landlord will have to pay for those. So it sounds like a better idea for someone who will want to invest in commercial, I guess. I don't know.
I have a few theories about that. And right now might not be the best time to answer the question because tenants are hard to come by now in retail settings. People are leaving. So it might be quite the opposite. We have a housing shortage. And Candace also put tax gains. If you're doing 1031 exchanges, or it's, you're offsetting your taxes, and there's a way to do this, but you never know. If we were in a normal world, I might want to do the office building instead of residential, only because I have a staff in place to handle that. Whereas I got to do all this crap, you know what I'm saying? It just, there's so many different factors. There is the tax benefit. There is the headache of upkeep. There is the security right now in the residential world for, I need a place to live. We are running out of spots here in Houston. Office buildings and retail centers are vacant ghost towns right now. it just depends on when we are in where we are in our economy. That's going to drive that answer for me. But Candace, you were on to something. Does anybody else have any thoughts? Because right now, office buildings aren't it.
Right now, I can sell a house in 30 days. I can't sell commercial in 30 days. It's just liquidity.
Yeah, it's right now is not a good time. I am learning about prop tech. Has anybody ever heard of the phrase prop tech? While I get our original class back up. Property technology is going to need to go into place for automated systems to check body temperature and do all kinds of things to keep people safe as they slowly trickle back to these office buildings. So instead of some employee standing at the door, bless you, Taryn, standing at the door, let me just check your temperature, office tech or prop tech, property technology, some landlords are looking at how do we guarantee the safety of people coming in and out of our buildings now? And I'm reading about it now. It's a factor. It's a brand new thing, but these businesses always, I should say these circumstances always drive a need for something new in our industry. And whoever wrote the learning curve is deep, whoo, that's the understatement of the day. Very true. All right, let me get your class back up on the screen. But Gerald, right now, I wouldn't say that commercial was favored over residential. Residential is winning right now. Let me share that screen. I shared the wrong one. You all don't need to look at each other yet again. There we go. Thanks for letting me run through that, y'all, for the folks who've never seen it before. I do appreciate that. I think they needed just the smallest bit of background. And now you can see the world from my perspective. I believe we are, let me get down past lunch here. And I need to back up about 3 slides because I'm going to put you in your Zoom rooms again. In your groups, there are some things that we didn't discuss, some considerations we didn't put on the table. And I know some of you are itching to share, but sometimes aren't so eager to share. But can you think, if y'all want to do it as a group now, think of 3 other key clauses that are important to negotiate properly. Because the book, we don't have time for it all. But are there other things that you've come across in your businesses? Let me look at the chat. Any other clauses that need to be considered? I'm looking, I see lunch faces. Okay, so let me get us back forward because I'm not going to put you in those Zoom rooms. If you guys are not mentally thinking about it, then we can go past it. But here we go. Landlords, lease concessions, incentives. We need to get you in here. And Lord knows right now, because of what we're going through, the incentives are more important than ever. I need a reason to get you back up in here. Please come back and bring your people to work with them in these office buildings. The offer of a concession can take a whole lot of different forms, and they're going to be driven by market conditions. That is a hands down no-brainer. But property owners are going to be super thoughtful about the nature of those incentives and the timing of them because of how it impacts your cash flow. So rent abatements, please note the turquoise blue. And these are adjustments to the base rent schedule. These are just adjustments to how much rent we're going to be getting. I just want to give you all time to photograph it. How much rent we're going to be getting. Am I giving you any free rent, basically? And so I'm asking out loud, when is free rent generally applied?
In the beginning.
Mostly all at the beginning. Exactly. The big question on the table is, does it have to be? And the answer is no, it does not. If you're representing a landlord, they may ask you a question, and we're going to cover it later. Am I better off offering this abatement at the beginning of the lease, the end of the lease, or throughout the lease? We will cover this later, but it may not work to the landlord's benefit to just give up 3 months off the top. And for you all, you may also want to consider your tenants. Maybe I have slow periods in my business and I don't want to do percentage rent. So maybe I get 3 months of free rent. I would like it applied every December. I've seen some tenants do that. You never know. So the one size fits all thinking that I have to do it a certain way, not necessarily the case. Landlord may let you do something different. Your job is to be sure that you asked for it. And then for those of us repping the landlord, we got to run some figures to make sure it makes sense. So tenant improvements. Now this one's a tricky one. These are your build outs. This is when we're giving up money so that you can paint this sucker and make her pretty. But here's the issue on the table. Is this going to be money that you have to reimburse to the landlord? Now, who's got build out experience in the room? Who's done a tenant build out? I am so happy to see, oh, Greg, you put a hand in the air. Who else's hand is in the air? I see Chandra. Oh, Carolyn. Yep. Miguel. Are you all licensed contractors? Oh, I'm gonna get y'all. Y'all better cut that out. Let me listen. The rest of you don't pay any attention to our friends, Chandra and Carolyn and Miguel and them. Let me tell you what Texas Realtors and Trek expects of us. If you're not licensed to do any of that work, that is a conversation you have to stay out of. Your forms provided by Texas Realtors and approved by Trek have a little bitty disclaimer that say if your client has questions about that stuff, they can't ask you. They need to go to a professional. So if I ask one of you, Miguel, what plumbing code is Montgomery County using right now? Do you know what year they're using?
Let me backtrack a little bit. So when I was doing, well, when I raised my hand about that question, that's when I was the leasing manager for the mall. So not necessarily we did the contracting. It was just we were turning in keys for the tenant, but we were hand in hand with the contractor. So.
Gotcha. Okay, so you have definitely clarified your position. Okay, we're gonna let Miguel loose. The point is, right? Go ahead.
I would say I've been in the negotiation of the amounts. And a lot of times it's a back and forth of a longer lease term gets you more money in the front. And then also how it's paid. Is the landlord paying for it, doing the build out himself, or is the tenant paying for it and being reimbursed? But as far as like the specifics of what's needed, I say meet with an engineer, meet with the city. That's not my job.
And interesting, you mentioned the city. This is exactly where I want us to drive the train. Even that phrase, my friend Chandra, I'm glad you said it because everything is an educational moment up in here. There is no wrong up in here today. All of this has a purpose. And so Chandra, thank you. But even where I live, or at least where I used to live before Harvey floated me on up out of there, and there are videos of me on the internet, literally in a boat with a dog with my do-rag on. I just want to put that out there in the atmosphere. But there is an area in Houston, Texas, and the address was 1760 Barker Cypress, Houston, Texas, 77084. This area is along I-10 around the Highway 6, Fry Road, Greenhouse, West Green as you're traveling towards Katy and Cinco Ranch. And that area, even though it says Houston, Texas, 77084, is zoned to be in Harris County in terms of permitting and construction and build out. So the question on the table is, how would you know? And you don't. So one of the things I'd like to train you all to learn how to do is, unless you are representing the landlord and you know for sure where a building is zoned, or whose jurisdiction is responsible for a certificate of occupancy, you don't talk about it at all. Even very general terms like you go see the city. Well, it turns out it's the county out there. And this can cost our clients weeks, I tell you, weeks of lost time. You would think the city would look at an address and go, oh, you know what? This ain't even over here. You're supposed to be in the county. But no, they got to take 8 weeks to figure that out. before they tell you. And they done sucked up 2 months, 3 months free rent period. So one of the things you do is you immediately, as you represent tenants who need to do some construction, is you find out from Matthew and Taryn and Carolyn and them and Miguel